This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100.
I'm Will Kane.
I'm Janice Dean.
I'm Greg Gutfeld, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, May 24th, 2024. I'm Chris Foster. Some Republicans are still voting for Nikki Haley in primaries. She says she's voting for former President Trump in November, and he should work harder to win her supporters over.
I feel like that's kind of where Nikki Haley has landed. Like, all right, I'm not in love with either of these choices, but if I have to pick something that aligns with my priorities, I'm choosing the lesser of the two evils, which is not a resounding endorsement.
We're speaking with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Breen.
I'm Jessica Rosenthal. We call it the official start of summer, but on in the background behind the barbecues and clubhouse pool openings, many of us will honor Memorial Day with an annual television special that brings to life stories of those who served.
The fact that what they did all those years ago gave us the freedom to go about our lives the way we have.
And I'm David Marcus. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Nikki Haley said when she was still running for the Republican nomination, Donald Trump does not deserve to be president again. She says now, in her first public appearance since dropping out of the race,
I will be voting for Trump.
She said so after being asked at a Hudson Institute event in D.C., who's stronger on national security.
Biden has been a catastrophe.
She says her choice is based on her priorities as a voter.
Trump would be smart to reach out to the millions of people who voted for me and continue to support me and not assume that they're just going to be with him.
The former South Carolina governor and Trump administration United Nations ambassador says he's not perfect, but better on the policies she cares about.
I think she speaks for a lot of voters who are like, these are our choices out of 300 million plus human beings. We've got this rematch that voters have been telling us for more than a year. They don't want this rematch.
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host Shannon Bream.
You have to choose at some point, and even sitting out is a choice, and both the sides of this know that. And of course, you've got the third party stuff that is bubbling up because people are not thrilled with the choices. So I feel like that's kind of where Nikki Haley has landed. Like, all right, I'm not in love with either of these choices, but if I have to pick something that aligns with my priorities, I'm choosing the lesser of the two evils, which is not a resounding endorsement. But for her to stand up and say, I'm going to vote for President Trump, certainly a win for him.
Yeah, endorsement's kind of a strong word. She didn't necessarily say you should vote for him. She said, I'm voting for him and he should do more work to win you over. She dropped out 2.5 months ago, and she's still polling up to 20% in one recent primary a week or two ago. So
that protest vote is very strong.
Yeah, so
on both sides.
Right, and maybe those people on both sides do, as we say, come home in November, or maybe they stay home, or maybe this Haley thing means something. I don't know. You've been in New York off and on covering the Trump trial. Closing arguments coming up Tuesday after jury instructions, then deliberations. Judge Juan Merchan, criticized by the former president, a lot of his supporters. You have a big old legal brain. Is there validity to the concern that he's had a bigger strike zone for prosecutors in his rulings in the aggregate? Like here, just looking at all the little rulings he's made throughout the trial.
He's given both sides some wins, but there have been some really big defeats for the defense and wins for the prosecutions, things about who's allowed to take the stand, what they're allowed to say. And just from a neutral point of view, I mean, a lot of us feel like he's given a ton of running room to the prosecution, like all of the salacious details and things we heard from Stormy Daniels. But not just that, this fight over having a former FEC commissioner to take the stand as an election law expert, and the judge basically saying he can, but he can only state like 3 things, or you can't use him the way that you would want to.
Right. He's basically saying, okay, you could put him on the stand, but he can only basically read dictionary definitions and not explain anything.
Right. And the whole point is you're allowing Michael Cohen and David Pecker and these other people to go up there and talk about what they view as election law violations. They are certainly not former FEC commissioners or experts, but in ways that is detrimental to the defense, and yet the defense hasn't been allowed to put on this expert. Court, there are people across the ideological spectrum in the legal field who feel like that may cause problems on appeal for the prosecution.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Is this just is it stuff that's valid to complain about, or is there stuff that's actually grounds for appeal?
Yeah, I think that, and especially when you fight about jury instructions, it's so monotonous and super boring to most people, but it's so important because it's how the law is distilled down to the jury to tell them how to make their decision. So, there are a lot of things that the defense feels like if he is convicted, they've got multiple grounds for appeal. Of course, that would take forever and probably be long after the election, so we'll see.
The Supreme Court has come down with another election-related ruling. This South Carolina gerrymandering case, can you break it down real quick?
Yeah, so the GOP-controlled legislature there, it was the state Senate in South Carolina after the 2020 census, went back to the drawing board to redraw the districts there. There were allegations that it resulted in racial gerrymandering. Now, the crazy thing that people don't always realize is partisan gerrymandering mostly survives scrutiny if you're drawing districts to give you a better R or D chance, but you can't do that, obviously, when it comes to race.
Of course, those two things often align, and so you've got to parse out what's what.
Which is exactly what Justice Alito, writing for the majority, gets into this here and says race and party are often aligned in this country. So it's a tricky analysis. He says by throwing out these districts, the lower court got it wrong. So essentially they say you're going back down to the drawing board with this new analysis, but you got it wrong. The thing we knew, though, with South Carolina is they were already going to leave these districts in place for the fall elections this year. So we'll see what the redraw looks like if it's forced within the next year.
Speaking of Sam Alito, since you bring him up, you spoke to him not long ago about this flag controversy at his house. Now, there's another flag controversy at another house. We can get into what the flags are and what the symbolism of it may or may not be. Some Democrats say, look, this is proof that he's in the tank for former President Trump, or that he's opposed to President Biden, and that he should even recuse himself from some cases. Explain the flags, explain the ethics, and is it poor judgment at worst, or is there more to it?
So the first flag, it's a picture from January of 21, which we all know, and Justice Alito acknowledges with everybody else was such a heated, divisive time. That was at his home in Northern Virginia. There was a neighbor who had put up a sign, is the backstory he tells me, that said F Trump, but it spelled it out. Mrs. Alito said something to the neighbor like, hey, this is where kids play and hang out for the school bus. They got into it, had words. He then, they say, the neighbor put up a sign that specifically named Mrs. Alito and blamed her for January 6th for the riots. And so the next time the Alitos were on a walk through the neighborhood, there were words between Mrs. Alito and the man at the house with the signs. Justice Alito told me this man used a lot of vulgarity, used the C word in addressing Mrs. Alito. She was very upset. Charming was not the C word. But she went home. There was some period of time this flag was flown upside down. Now, the Alitos, neither one of them gave me any kind of explanation about what they meant to say. He says it was a short time. He had nothing to do with it. A lot of people...
The upside-down flag has been used as a form of protest for a long time.
Or distress or whatever. But a lot of people at that point...
Right. We're like people who were mad about Biden's election.
The Stop the Steal
They were using it, saying that it's not my America kind of thing.
So Justice Alito says to me again, he had nothing to do with it. He did say to me, too, my wife is an adult woman. She's my wife. I don't control her. I don't have the right or ability, he said to me, to control her. And if you are familiar with Martha Ann Alito, she is a very independent thinker. And I am not surprised that they might not have seen this flag thing the same way. I don't know. So they have a beach house in New Jersey where now there are pictures of the Appeal to Heaven flag that is flown for a lot of people that are very conservative. And this is a flag that is flown out of Speaker Johnson's office as well on the Capitol. And some people have been critical of that. They say it's something that came up during the Revolutionary War. And was sort of a pushback to Great Britain. But there are folks now who say, oh, it's a white nationalist, Christian nationalist kind of thing. I've reached out to the Alitos for comment on that. I think we'll get one. We don't have one yet. But an explanation about that. I know they're both devoutly religious. I don't know if this flag would have a tie to that. I don't know if he had anything to do with this flag or if, again, this was a Martha Ann Alito decision. But we'll see. But there's more criticism. And, skeptics will say, listen, there are all kinds of spouses and people attached to federal judges who, when there is an apparent, or a question about a conflict or their personal opinion on something, these federal judges who lean to the left have said, my spouse speaks for themselves. They don't speak for me. And the press has seemed fine with that. And there are questions about, this flag picture from 3 years ago, why it's coming up now when there are such heated decisions that, like you said, some are calling for Justice Alito to recuse from these opinions about January 6th and about President Trump. There are others say he should just quit the court altogether. I will not hold my breath on that.
No, probably not. I mean, look, Clarence Thomas's wife has been
politically active.
Right, has been in for some similar talk around her. Back to Judge Juan Merchan. He's criticized, called unfair because of his daughter's work with Democrats. At some point, I guess you have to just decide by these judges' actions and not what their family members do.
Right, and you do have to remember, too, think about the late Justice Ginsburg. She was an abortion advocate. She was somebody who, she auctioned off her opinions. She allowed them to be auctioned off by the National Organization for Women. Clearly leans left, clearly has, you know, different policies than a lot of folks on the court. She autographed those opinions. Can you imagine if Justice Alito autographed his Dobbs opinion, you know, and allowed that to be auctioned off? So we have to remember that, listen, it's fair to ask these questions, of course, but let's do it for everybody on the court, not just for half the court.
One of these things that popped up this week that I think is going to be just like, it's going to burn hot for a day or two, and now it's probably already gone. This deadly use of force question during the FBI search of the former president's home at Mar-a-Lago. The former president says, look, this is proof they were thinking about assassinating me. I don't know if he actually thinks that, but the FBI says, look, this was just boilerplate language. They do this with every search warrant, authorizing the deadly use of force just to protect agents in case things go completely terribly.
And I think it was our Jackie Heinrich who did some reporting that the search warrants related to special counsel for President Biden and for his use of classified documents and storage of them. Apparently, it had the same boilerplate kind of language. I haven't seen that myself, but Jackie's reporting seems to back up that this was pretty standard. But you know, at this point, this is stuff that does really well for President Trump, is that they're coming after me, they're coming after you, trying to get through me. And it's the basis of his stump speech, and it has been since he was indicted March of 23 by Alvin Bragg. And so I think it lends to that narrative. Yeah,
I guess that's where I was going with it. I just lost my train of thought. He outraised the former president, President Biden, last month. Is fundraising going to play a big factor in the election, or is everybody just so pretty much baked in that it doesn't matter how many ads they see or don't see? That's my question. And also, just to point out, that number's skewed. The former president made $50 million at one event for a bunch of people in Florida, for a bunch of billionaires. And just like President Biden's numbers were skewed a month or two earlier, the period before, when he had a huge fundraiser at Radio City Music Hall around the corner here.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we calculate, there are estimates out there that to run for president costs now $1 billion. That's how much these races on each side, that's what they're costing. And I think the American people realize, or would argue, there's a lot more that we could be spending that money on, like helping our veterans and all kinds of different things. So it gets very frustrating to people. But as much as people say they hate that or they hate negative ads, I mean, those are the things that work. We know that this election, we think, based on all the polling, is going to be pretty darn tight. So you've got to say, is there that 2 or 3% that's persuadable? We do have some undecided at this point, but I think you and I both know, in digging into the numbers, it's the third party that may cause the real problem for both of these main contenders.
Memorial Day weekend plans, you working? You doing the big show?
I am working, and we have some special things on our show, as you'd imagine, that will honor our veterans and our fallen, and some special things that are happening not only at Arlington National Cemetery, where we are in the D.C. area, but across the world at cemeteries that house our fallen soldiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Big show. Fox News Sunday. Shanna Bream. Also, of course, you can listen to her on the Living the Bream podcast. Thank you for coming on the Fox News Rundown podcast, as usual.
My honor.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love.
I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Rebates, and tax credits. This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Now is the time to replace that old heating and cooling equipment that you've been putting off replacing. Did you know that between PICO, the manufacturers, and federal tax credits, we can save you up to $3,800? Look, we know that replacing your HVAC equipment isn't cheap, so call our family-owned and run company and let our expertise in this area help you get high-efficiency, reliable equipment for a fair price. Visit us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekанze.com.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Our new breakfast burrito is a fully loaded breakfast. I don't even know if I have enough time to tell you everything that's inside. 2 fresh cracked eggs, seasoned breakfast potatoes, 6 strips of bacon, cheese sauce, wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Yes! Now, come and get it. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new breakfast burrito.
Only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this summer with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and to find a retailer near you.
Hi, this is Joe Mettercher, PNC Bank Regional President. What's important to you? What drives you? What do you want your wealth to do? At PNC Private Bank, we call that your why, and we want to understand yours. Maybe it's creating a legacy, buying a home, or enjoying your retirement. Whatever your goals are, we'll work with you to build a personalized wealth plan to help you achieve it. So tell us, what's your why? To learn more, please visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Friday, May 24th. This is the Fox News Rundown. I'm Sue Guzman. Former President Donald Trump rallied in the Democratic stronghold of New York City Thursday night, hoping to win new support. Details from Fox's Gernal Scott.
Former President Trump spoke to a crowd of thousands in the South Bronx as he spent time out of a courtroom and on the campaign trail. His main target was the man he hopes to replace at the White House.
Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx. He's not getting the job done for New York, and he's not getting the job done for America. He is incompetent.
Not since Ronald Reagan in 1984 has a Republican presidential candidate won New York State. Among those joining the former president was Florida GOP Congressman Byron Donalds, rumored to be on the vice presidential shortlist. In New York City, Gernal Scott, Fox News.
President Biden hosting his Kenyan counterpart at the White House, the two enjoying a state dinner Thursday night after holding a press conference in the afternoon. Fox's Jared Halpern with more.
President Biden intends to designate Kenya as a major non-NATO ally, citing the country's cooperation on combating terror groups, ISIS and al-Shabaab, and leadership in sending peacekeeping forces around the world.
Very grateful for President Ruto's leadership here, multinational effort, but Kenya's willingness to really lead this matters.
President Biden thanking Kenya's President William Ruto for deploying 1,000 police officers to Haiti as part of an international force to quell gang violence in the country. The U.S. is not committing troops, the president says, but is providing about $300 million in material and logistical support. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has accepted an invitation to Washington, D.C. to address a joint session of Congress. That invite coming from Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who said the event would be a, quote, strong show of support for the Israeli government in their greatest time of need. Relations between President Biden and Netanyahu have increasingly become strained as the war in Gaza continues. No date yet set for the congressional address. Hurricane season this year expected to be active and possibly even dangerous. Federal forecasters promising better methods to warn the public of tropical storms, including cyclones. Fox's Evan Brown has more.
The Atlantic hurricane season is expected to be very active, meaning more storms and more chances of landfalls. And NOAA will start using a new cone graphic, which includes all inland risks, like what happens beyond the forecast track and inland.
And this is a way that we can show everyone in the public and give everybody in the media a graphic to show, to say, wow, there's sure a lot of impacts outside that cone, right? The graphic is so powerful because it means more than me saying, hey, there's impacts outside the cone.
National Weather Service Director Ken Graham, the seasonal outlook calls for as many as 25 named storms and up to 13 hurricanes, 7 of which could be major. In Broward County, Florida, Evan Brown, Fox News.
Have a wonderful and safe Memorial Day weekend. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Mayor Sherelle Parker issuing this mandate.
All city employees to return full-time to working in the office.
You know, she could have just summed it up by saying, we're paying you. Get your keister back into the office.
You know, Nick, the people making six figures.
It's just unbelievable. If it's 4 years later and you're afraid to come back into work, number one,
I know what mental illness looks like.
you're suffering from some sort of mental breakdown. And number two, bottom line is they're paying you. Go back to work. Get on the scoopal. Get angry.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient of PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A bad day on Wall Street Thursday. The Dow down 606 points. Its worst day since March 22nd, 2023. The Nasdaq lost 66. The S&P 500, 39. The reason? Fears that the current high interest rates may last for a while longer. First-time unemployment claims fell 8,000 this week to 215,000. And Freddie Mac says the average rate on a 30-year mortgage fell below 7% for the first time since mid-April this week, now at 6.94%. Are you fed up with high ticket prices for concerts? Apparently the government is too. The Justice Department announcing a lawsuit Thursday filed against Ticketmaster owner Live Nation. Here's Attorney General Merrick Garland.
He alleged that Live Nation has illegally monopolized markets across the live concert industry in the United States for far too long. It is time to break it up.
And that's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky. Invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
This Memorial Day weekend marks the 35th anniversary broadcast of the PBS National Memorial Day Concert, live from the U.S. Capitol. And this year, the show, which airs Sunday night, will take us through recent conflicts, first highlighting the story of U.S. Army veteran John T. Jack Moran, who fought in World War II's Battle of the Bulge. Next, we'll hear the story of Vietnam veteran and Gold Star father Alan Ho. His two sons served in the Army, and one of them, First Lieutenant Nainoa, was killed in combat in Iraq in 2005.
It gets harder because the shock has worn off, and as time passes, you begin to understand and realize how much you have lost, not because of the event, but because of the length of time that has transpired without your being able to celebrate that with that loved one. That was perhaps one of the hardest lessons for me to accept when my son was killed in Iraq.
The show wraps up by exploring the wounds and mental health of a new generation of veterans after years of war in Afghanistan and Iraq, with the story of Marine veteran and amputee Kirstie Ennis. While the show will feature musical performances, it's also bringing back two classic actors as hosts, Joe Mantegna and a favorite of U.S. military veterans affectionately known as Lieutenant Dan.
This is our National Memorial Day concert. It's a way to bring the country together on our national holiday to remember the fallen.
Actor Gary Sinise.
Those who have given their lives in service to our country. And each year there are different performers, there are different segments, and you know, very, very important to tell these stories through, you know, to share the stories of the men and women who have served our country through personal experiences of those who have served. Wonderful segment about a gal who lost a leg in Afghanistan in a helicopter crash, Kirstie Ennis, and she's just, you know, turned her challenge into triumph. It's really amazing what she's done. We'll be doing that story and multiple stories and lots of great music.
Tell us a little bit about what we're going to hear regarding World War II. I was reading, we're going to hear the story of U.S. Army veteran John T. Moran from his time fighting in the Battle of the Bulge. This was described, I think, as our costliest or deadliest battle of World War II, and it was, of course, Hitler's last offensive of the war. When it comes to this particular story, though, we don't hear necessarily about all the historical factoids, right? We're hearing about Moran's experience fighting with his friends, being alongside his buddies.
And that's what makes it so powerful. Each year when we do these types of stories, and we're clearly there, it's very emotional. We're losing our World War II veterans, you know, rapidly. My foundation is actually involved with American Airlines. We're the lead sponsor, sending about 70 World War II veterans over to Normandy for the 80th anniversary. So that happens about a week after the Memorial Day concert. Telling the stories of the broader war through very personal, through the eyes of those who have served is something that we always do. We like to personalize it, and Brian will do a great job telling that particular story, I know.
You just referenced that we are losing more and more veterans of World War II era. Of course, time happens, you know, but I think for many of us, to have a generation called the greatest generation, right? It just seems like such a special group of people, especially when you learn about their service, what they did. What do you think we should, and I know this is kind of a big question, but maybe you've got a nugget in there. What do you think we should learn from them as we lose them, maybe even morally or ethically during this time in 2024, in this day and age?
Well, it was a very, very different time back then. You know, most people lived in the countryside, right? People were from small towns and had very little means, and we were attacked, and they went off to war, and they were very ordinary human beings who ended up in these extraordinary circumstances, and with no communication with home, very little communication with home for what ended up being years.
Right.
Many of them deployed and then didn't come home for 4 years. I mean, it was a fight to the finish, and we can never take what happened all those years ago for granted. There was only two outcomes possible: either freedom was going to prevail, or be defeated, and tyranny was going to prevail. Thankfully, for the men and women who served during World War II, giving up their lives and coming home wounded and all of that, they won, and we all benefit from that. We can never lose sight of the fact that what they did all those years ago gave us the freedom to go about our lives the way we have. And just imagine if the Nazis would have survived. The 1,000-year Reich would have carried on. Fascist Italy would have kept going. Imperial Japan. Very different world that we'd all be living in were it not for the men and women who served in freedom's defense and kept freedom alive. So I never take for granted what our World War II veterans have done. We have programs at the Gary Sinise Foundation that are specifically focused on honoring our World War II veterans now. We're losing them rapidly, and we don't want to miss the opportunity to spend as much time with them as possible. We will have a group of World War II veterans with us at the National Memorial Day concert.
Oh, wow. Well, just a couple more before I let you go. We after the program honors Gold Star families with a Vietnam veteran whose sons later served, one of whom died in Iraq. I'm reading that the concert will explore, and I'm reading here, that the challenges faced by a generation of wounded, ill, and injured veterans who carry visible and invisible wounds of war through the moving story of U.S. Marine Corps veteran and amputee Christy Ennis. You already referenced her. This is obviously the part of the program we'll be focusing on our most recent vets. And I'm just wondering, what is her story going to highlight for us that maybe we'll learn either about her or about so many of the others who are either wounded, ill, injured, that came home from Afghanistan or Iraq?
Well, I've had the great privilege over many years now of working with multiple veterans who have been wounded in battle, and they have inspired me greatly with how they persevere through all their challenges. And it doesn't always work. I mean, there are those who, the injuries and the life change that they experience because of their injury is something that they find difficult to cope with, and they're mentally challenged with that. Post-traumatic stress is very, very real. It's something that really is very crippling and disabling. And then when you find those who kind of have taken their challenges and persevered through them and overcome them, those stories need to be told and celebrated, because they can be inspirational and motivating to somebody who might be going through something very difficult. We like to do that at the National Memorial Day concert. We do that at the Gary Sinise Foundation all the time, just trying to highlight the resilience of some of these folks who have been had their limbs taken from them, or dealing with the traumatic brain injury or whatever it is, but yet they still have found the way to persevere. And we want to know how they've done it, what they did, and pass those lessons on.
Gary,
going off to war is a difficult thing for a human being.
Oh, I can't imagine. What do you hear, though, right now from vets, either younger or older, about what they want or need most?
Well, they don't ask for much. They don't ask for much, but they deserve much, especially if they have, lost friends, lost, limbs, lost family members, sacrificed greatly in freedom's defense. So we can never do enough for them, as far as I'm concerned. Just the simple act of showing that one cares enough, take the time to pat somebody on the back, can make a world of difference.
Gary Sinise, host of the National Memorial Day Concert and founder of the Gary Sinise Foundation. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/rundown to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/rundown and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage.
Guys, Memorial Day is here. Is your closet ready? Now is the time to stock up on untucked summer styles from Untuck It, because everything is 25% off with the Memorial Day event. With hundreds of styles, save on all your summer essentials, wrinkle-free shirts, no sweat polos, sweat-wicking performance, the perfect fitting pants, and those summer shorts. So hit the Memorial Day event and get 25% off everything at 80-plus stores and untuckit.com. Untuck It, shirts designed to be worn untucked.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit PDQPOS.com.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5-NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJDiet.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Today marks 2 years since 19 students and 2 teachers were killed in the shooting at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas. More than 100 people believed to be killed in the landslide in Papua New Guinea per Australian media. And the NCAA and Power 5 conferences agreed to pay nearly $2.8 billion to settle antitrust claims.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code EARN.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Israel's army says the bodies of 3 more hostages killed October 7th have been recovered overnight from Gaza. It comes as the top United Nations court is set to rule today on whether Israel must halt its military operations in Rafah. A day off from court, former President Donald Trump holding a campaign rally last night in the Bronx.
I'm here tonight to declare that we are going to turn New York City around, and we are going to turn it around very, very quickly.
No Republican presidential candidate has won New York State since 1984. Police in Oakland, California say 2 people were shot during Skyline High School's graduation ceremony Thursday night, sending students and their families running for cover.
I hear gunshots. At first I thought it was fireworks, but I seen people running. So, I was just running with them.
2 people in custody. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Cleveland Cavaliers have made a change. After 4 seasons, the Cavaliers dismissed head coach J.B. Bickerstaff on Thursday. The move comes 1 week after Cleveland's season came to an end in 5 games against the Celtics. The Cavaliers made it to the Eastern Conference semifinals for the first time in 6 seasons, but injuries to star players Donovan Mitchell and Jared Allen essentially ended their chances of beating Boston. Bickerstaff finishes his time in Cleveland with a record of 170 and 159, leading the Cavaliers to the playoffs in each of the last 2 seasons. According to ESPN, Kenny Atkinson, currently an assistant with the Golden State Warriors, is a name to watch. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Key quote here from Mark Spears that I think sums up all of Bronny James. Quote, he is handicapped as a smaller shooting guard because he can't shoot. Think about that. Handicapped as a smaller shooting guard because the guy can't shoot. It's ridiculous that ESPN spends this much time on it. I understand why. My argument, and I think our argument all along has been, you're going to talk about the kid because he thinks he's ready to go pro because he's LeBron James' kid. And he's nowhere near ready. And if you allow this as an NBA team, you're allowing LeBron James, an aging superstar that's getting ready to retire, to dictate terms of one of 2 draft picks you get every year for your team. To draft a kid who is not ready to play in the NBA. And not anywhere near that. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's time for your Fox News commentary.
David Marcus.
What's on your mind?
In the aftermath of the 2020 election, it was widely believed that Republicans faced a fork in the road. One path to stay the party of former President Donald Trump, another to turn toward a new leader, perhaps governors like Florida's Ron DeSantis, Virginia's Glenn Youngkin, or even Maryland's Larry Hogan. 4 years later, with another election looming, the GOP is now asking a different question. Why not both? Hogan, a popular 2-term Republican governor in Sapphire Blue, Maryland, and frequent Donald Trump critic, just won his primary and stands a decent chance of flipping the Senate seat and possibly the upper chamber itself. There's much to ponder in the results of the Old Line State's GOP primary, which saw Trump tally 80% of Republican votes, as former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley held onto her pesky 20% despite dropping out, while Hogan netted only 62% of these voters. Hogan has done himself no favors by refusing to support Trump, the man chosen by GOP voters to be the presidential nominee. It looks more like a fit of pique than good politics. Maryland Democrats and independents who are winnable for Hogan don't care if he likes Trump or not. They care about inflation, the border, crime, and woke campus chaos. Put simply, it's time for Larry to get on the team, as it was for Haley to endorse Trump. What we see in the miasma of these Maryland numbers, as well as in neighboring West Virginia, where former Democrat and current GOP Governor Jim Justice will try to flip Joe Manchin's Senate seat, is an opportunity not just for victories in 2024, but for much, much longer. For the first time in 100 years, Republicans can be the party that sets the long-term agenda and controls the political playing field instead of merely standing athwart history yelling stop. Trump, who can attract tens of thousands in blue New Jersey, has brought non-white working-class voters into play. DeSantis and Youngkin appeal to suburban women, and Haley and Hogan represent the old GOP, who still can and should have a seat at the table. The person who best seems to understand all of this, somewhat surprisingly, seems to be Trump himself. House Majority Speaker Mike Johnson might struggle to hold together his fissiparous and raucous caucus, but Trump is managing it quite well. After all, it wasn't just Representative Matt Gaetz and Senator J.D. Vance, both Trump stalwarts, who stood behind him for his courthouse photo ops, but also Johnson and moderate New York Republican Nicole Malliotakis. The GOP establishment was in the House. In November 2022, Republicans were gearing up for war with each other. For much of 2023, heavy words were likely thrown in the heat of a primary battle. No such conditions will exist in November 2024. Instead of a fork in the road, instead of two paths, the Republican Party can forge a single wide lane and win major victories to establish an electoral beachhead. If, but only if, that happens, real lasting change will be possible for the first time in a long time. And that is exactly what the American people are asking for. I'm David Marcus, author of Charade, The COVID Lies That Crushed a Nation.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. It's early, but you might be thinking about lunch. Not to be outdone, Burger King has an answer to McDonald's $5 meal deal, its own version at the same price. Burger King's offer will include a choice of one of 3 sandwiches with nuggets, fries, and a drink. According to a memo obtained by Bloomberg News, the plan is for Burger King to run its deal for several months. The McDonald's promotion is expected to run for about 4 weeks. Wall Street is coming off a down day, with the Dow suffering the biggest decline. The blue chip index tanked more than 600 points on indications interest rates may remain high as inflation remains stubborn and business growth is not slowing down. And Boeing led the retreat after its chief financial officer warned the financial hit from the incidents early this year will be bigger and last longer than first thought. As the market heads into a long weekend, stock futures are moving higher. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve. But passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuit seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-917-1181. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-917-1181. That's 800-917-1181. Again, 800-917-1181.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Kids 14 and under should lace up their sneakers for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases following the Padres-Phillies game Wednesday, June 19th at 1:05. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Don't miss a divisional matchup that's sure to be the best catch in town. The Phils host the Marlins for a 4-game series Thursday, June 27th through Sunday, June 30th. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Hey, this is Ray Didinger. I had the opportunity to open the new Joe Conklin show. It was sensational. It includes all the impressions, Iverson, Merrill, and Mike Barkley. They brought in this whole musical component with a full orchestra. It's really good. His daughter Casey's part of it. His brother's part of it. They can rock it, boy. So you got all the music, plus you got all the comedy. It's a great night.
That's Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood Catholic High School on June 29th and the Ocean City Music Pier on July 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go. Live on this Friday, May 24th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, leading you into your Memorial Day weekend, if you haven't started it already. 855-839-1210 is the phone number to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker has the morning off. Anthony Dorenzo, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist handling the video and guest co-hosting today for all 4 hours. Our buddy, our pal, our hombre. He's not a bad hombre, although he says it better than I do. He is Sean Farish. Woo. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy Friday.
Hello, Sean Farish. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We are doing excellent. What a night it was. The Bronx rally. The rally heard throughout the 5 boroughs. We will get to that this morning in our big take. Whether or not New York is in play, we'll have a conversation on that. Lee Zeldin, Elise Stefanik, could either one swing New York for Trump if they were to be his Veep? We'll kick that around. Closing arguments in the Alvin Bragg scam trial of the century. That's going to be coming up when we return from our Memorial Day holiday break. And also, Sean Farish, you're a great social media, I don't want to call you a meme guy or a GIF guy, but your social media game in general is really strong. Did you apply to be Joe Biden's meme manager? Because there was a posting a few days ago. I'm just wondering.
I couldn't believe it when I saw that they were hiring. So the whole joke, right, is that the left can't meme, right? They have no sense of humor.
Yeah.
And look, I just got done last night in Nashville. I was just a part of a sketch comedy show. And the people that were involved in this show are all folks who think like us, and it was funny. We had the whole room was laughing like crazy. They couldn't pull that off, right? Because we know SNL isn't funny anymore.
Right.
This would be like your conservative, alternative to SNL. And we were talking about that with some of the cast members last night, and we just can't believe we're. So you expect to reach a younger or perpetually online audience, by hiring a meme manager whose sole responsibility is to source and post funny content. So if you're like, the general thing is if you try to force it, it ain't funny.
That's right.
And so that's what they're trying to do. Just leave a camera on Joe the whole day. You'll have all the memes that you need. That's all.
That's
it.
correct. It'd be like the Truman Show.
Send them to the Vatican. Send them to the Vatican for a few hours. You'll have memes for a year.
There you go.
Specifically, if you watch what happens on the backside.
Indeed. Also, we will get to Ashley's admission and the media blackout with that story. Antonio Brown endorses Donald Trump. We have a Scotty Scheffler police update from last week's debacle. And we're going to twist the cut sheet around a little bit this morning. It's going to be more like a rally recap with all sorts of great audio and clips from what transpired in the Bronx last night. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news right out of the gate here at 6:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. It is Friday morning, May 25th, expected to be the busiest Memorial Day weekend travel in 2 decades. We hope so. Anderson Mechanical Corporation is your sponsor this morning as we are at 67 degrees already. We'll have a full forecast, which I think you're going to love. We do have a breaking news story as police searching for answers after 3 people were shot overnight in the Fair Hill section of Philadelphia. We have that going on, a lot of police activity. It's going to be a long, hot summer. Police also searching for that scooter gunman. Yeah, this guy on a scooter, he decides, and this is the Kensington section of the city, decides he's kind of a road rage scooter gunman rider, pulls out a handgun. This is 300 block of East Allegheny Ave, and there's video of this that has gone viral. Just starts firing, opens fire, shoots an eight-year-old little girl who's a bystander, just got out of elementary school, shoots, I think, a lady in her 40s. So, three people shot. We know that the little girl had just left the Lewis Elkin elementary school, right there when she was shot by this guy. And so they have put the video out. They put images of this guy everywhere, searching for this scooter gunman facing obviously serious charges.
I hope they fingerprint the scooter as well to see if we have any leftover DNA on this individual. Nothing good can come of scooters, and I've lived in Nashville. Sean, you live in Nashville. There are scooters everywhere. It's not just a Philly or a Nashville thing. Nothing good comes of scooters. I've hated them from day one. Never liked them.
Yeah. You have them in New York City, too. Apparently, all the illegal alien bad hombres are riding the scooters now because they can't get driver's licenses yet. I mean, in New York, they do want to give illegals driver's licenses, which is funny because in New York, we have a traffic problem. So the last thing we need are more people on the road, specifically people who just don't belong here in the first place. We'll just put them on the road. It's fine. Don't worry about it. They want to, and then here's what they'll do in New York, because this is how they do it. They steal your money. They're going to sit there and put all these people on the road, then go, congestion pricing. Well, you put the drivers there. I can't. I know we're going to get to all like Kathy Hochul, AOC. The copium is unbelievable.
You're right
now after yesterday.
Indeed.
Yeah, well, I think to Sean's point, that's why the Bronx rally last night, why are they all there? In part, crime. They're sick and tired of it.
No question.
Even the community of immigrants.
Yep.
We have no information as far as the person and the individual captured in the cameras here in Philadelphia. I don't know if that individual is a U.S. citizen, came over here illegally, but we'll get to the bottom of all that, or I should say Philadelphia police will, as they search for that armed and dangerous scooter gunman. 3 children injured when a dispute unfortunately turned very physical on a SEPTA bus in King of Prussia. This is all the way out in KOP, Montgomery County. Investigators say it happened on the Route 99 bus on Route 202, right there at Mall Boulevard last night about 8 o'clock at night. And so during this fight, they say one of these children threw a bottle. 2 of the children sustained what's being described as stab wounds. So it's unclear if the injuries were from the glass or possibly a knife, or did somebody stab somebody with a broken bottle.
Now, all three hospitalized. It's, stable condition. They are expected to survive physically, but obviously the emotional scarring from something like that is a whole different story, and that's under investigation. I believe it's all captured on video.
Entirely too much crime occurring out in KOP lately. This is you've had a few of these stories lately out in that area.
And to your point, where did this happen? SEPTA.
Yep.
And so the more, there's good and bad with that as far as,
Yep.
Get more and more public transportation out there, and it can bring good things like the workers who need to be there, but then can bring the bad element too, Nick.
Indeed.
Just headlining other issues, as far as our longtime Congressman Dwight Evans has announced that he suffered a stroke. He says it's a minor stroke. He is recovering in the hospital. So a lot of well wishes for, obviously somebody who we've known for many years from the Philadelphia region, but our congressman there. So he is hospitalized, says it's a mild stroke. Speaker Mike Johnson inviting Benjamin Netanyahu to speak to Congress. Attorneys for Hunter Biden doing court this morning for that final hearing before the president's son is expected to stand trial on federal firearms charges. Technically, it's a local story because it is in Delaware. And this, obviously, Hunter Biden in the headlines this morning. I'll point out to you it was scheduled on the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. Notice that, Nick?
Purely coincidental, Dawn. This is just a clerical scheduling error. No intention, no ill will behind any of this.
Yeah, right. Phillies, wow, our Phils sweeping the Rangers 5-2.
Oh, the Phillies swept the Rangers.
Yeah, the forecast, as usual, was wrong yesterday. So it was a 105 game, got it in. It was perfectly fine, and we swept them.
I thought it was just great to have Sean here because, Greg is off today, and there's a rally for Trump in the Bronx, and Sean is a native New Yorker before moving to Nashville. But I totally forgot the element of Sean being a Texas Ranger baseball fan with us this morning as well.
Oh, that's a sweet thing.
It is a sweet thing, and I'll tell you what, we're going to talk about what happens in May. All that matters is what happens in May.
I honestly agree with you.
All right, because unlike the team that plays in the bandbox known as Citizens Bank Park, we actually beat the Houston Astros. Okay, so let's just you want to go there because we could go, girl, baby, girl, don't even play. Right, we'll go full AOC right now.
Yeah, girl, baby, girl. I love it. I love it. It's awesome. The forecast. I think you're going to love this forecast today. I know it's a little humid even in the wee hours of the morning this morning. It'll actually, the humidity will go down throughout the day. So definitely the one of the most beautiful days of the next 4 days today. We're headed up into the 80s today. And originally, you remember we started out the week and we thought that the weekend, we weren't sure about this forecast. It actually looks like a gorgeous forecast. Sunday is the better beach day, I will say. But maybe a few raindrops dodging those throughout the weekend. But the rain really will hold off for the most part until Monday. We'll see some showers. But even then, not a washout. So today, 86 degrees. Tomorrow, 86 and sunny. Sunday, 85 and sunny. And then Monday, 78 degrees. Some chance for some T-storms and showers. We're trying to nail down the timing on that. But again, not a washout. Hey, we're sponsored by AMC. Take advantage. Anderson Mechanical Corporation's Spring Tune-Up Special. Listeners, you're going to get 15% off. If you're listening right now, 15% off for you off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Just call today. AMContheweb.com. AMContheweb.com. Anderson Mechanical Corporation, thank you for sponsoring our first news, Kayal & Company news, 6 a.m. of the day with Sean, Dawn, and Nick Kayal.
Kind of rhymes.
The great Nick Kayal.
I like the way it sounds, Dawn. There you go. Thank you very much, Dawn. 6:14 here on this Friday morning. Let's wrap up the week with one last big take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, it's brought to you by Budget Blinds. The Big Take, a Bronx tale. Donald Trump definitely has a following in the Big Apple. From the crowds outside of the courthouse in Manhattan to the support at a Harlem bodega to a rally in the Bronx, Trump held a rally last night in the Bronx, and you could label it a Bronx Tale. Not to be confused with the 1993 movie A Bronx Tale starring notorious Donald Trump hater Robert De Niro, but more like a rabid Yankees fan base showing up to see Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Lou Gehrig, Reggie Jackson, or even Derek Jeter. It was pretty remarkable. And you might also recall the 1995 movie called Rumble in the Bronx. That one featured Jackie Chan, except if you did a 2024 reboot of it, it would be AOC in the starring role, who was ready to rumble last night because Donald Trump had the audacity and the temerity to come to her neck of the woods. Look, I don't believe that Trump will win New York, but the support he is receiving shows he is probably closer to winning New York than he ever was in 2016. He gained in 2020, and he's probably closer than he was just 4 years ago, which maybe could be a great indicator of a swing state sweep if New York is really not in play. And we will break down the numbers in just a bit, but first, some of the buildup to last night's rally in the 718. Here was a trio of residents from the Bronx speaking to Newsmax earlier in the afternoon prior to the rally. Listen and watch this clip.
Everybody's struggling. People are getting desperate, too. That brings the crime up. When you get poverty and you get a bunch of people that come here that get actually more benefits than the people that been here, then what?
This is real America. This right here, people are paying 30, 40% more. We were just going to buy Windex to clean the windshield. Everything is expensive. Everybody is hurting. People need to see that their leader cares about them, and Donald Trump does care about them, and that's why he's coming here.
Why do you want to see Donald Trump tomorrow?
But Donald Trump is the man. Everybody wants to see Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is the man.
Trump's rally was slated to begin shortly after 6 p.m. last night, held in Crotona Park. Leading up to the rally, the topics that were on the table included the economy, crime, and immigration. And at the same time, various labor and civil rights groups plan to hold a counter rally in the park with posters that read, "Trump isn't welcomed in the Bronx." Seems quite inclusive, does it not? Donald Trump gained voters in New York in the 2020 election. Per CBS News, Trump's performance in New York City in the 2020 election was significantly better than in 2016. He received tens of thousands more votes citywide, with some of the greatest gains coming from the South Bronx, that according to the Wall Street Journal report. While President Joe Biden still won the city by a wide margin, Trump showed significant gains in 3 state assembly districts in the South Bronx, more than anyone else in the city, the Journal reported. But how much improvement have we seen over 8 years and now 3 attempts at the White House? Well, here are the facts. And these are some of the numbers I recited earlier in the week when we talked about whether or not New York is realistic. In 2016, Donald Trump v. Hillary Clinton with the state of New York. Hillary carried New York with 59.38% of the vote and a total of 4,556,124 votes. Donald Trump received 36.75% of the vote and a total of 2,819,534 votes. But if you fast forward 4 years later in 2020, as Donald Trump faced Joe Biden in the state of New York, Biden carried New York with about 61% of the vote and 5.2 million votes. Trump got an increase of 400,000 votes for a total of 3.2 million and change, or 38% of the vote. But maybe, just maybe, 2022's gubernatorial election is giving the Trump camp even more hope and optimism based on how the governor's race was somewhat tight. Democrat Kathy Hochul defeated Republican Lee Zeldin by only 400,000 votes and edged Zeldin by 6 points, 53% to 47%. If Trump wants to win New York, perhaps Lee Zeldin makes sense to be his vice president. Or perhaps Congresswoman Elise Stefanik, the 39-year-old upstart Republican who has famously eviscerated the hate-filled Harvard DEI donkeys who have been permitting Jewish hate speech on Ivy League campuses across the country. She's definitely an up-and-comer. But let's get to the rally specifically last night and what DJT had to say. Here was Donald Trump last night in the Bronx talking about turning New York City around quickly if he wins. Listen and watch this.
And I'm here tonight to declare that we are going to turn New York City around, and we are going to turn it around very, very quickly. We're going to bring safety back to our streets. We're going to bring success back to our schools. We're going to bring prosperity back to every neighborhood and every borough of the greatest city in our land. We're going to reduce taxes. We're going to bring businesses and big taxpayers back to New York. Got to bring them back. Got to bring them back. And we're going to make New York bigger, better, and more beautiful than ever before. And that includes right here in the Bronx. And it's going to be done and funded starting on January 20th, directly from our great and beautiful White House. Is that okay?
And it's entirely possible. If you'll recall, remember how Rudy Giuliani turned New York City around when it was spiraling out of control. And then look at where it went under the guidance and the leadership of de Blasio, and now with Adams. It's absolutely possible, but Trump also says that New York is in a major state of decline, and he's seen it in its glory and also at its worst. Here's what Trump had to say talking about the fall off of New York City. Take a listen.
But sadly, this is now a city in decline. My life, I've seen New York through good times and bad, through boom times and crime waves, through market crashes and terrorist attacks, but I've never seen it quite like this. We have filthy encampments of drugged out homeless people living in our places that we've spent so much time with children where they used to play. Killing innocent bystanders by pushing them. It's a sad thing. Don't worry. It gets positive. Don't worry. It gets so positive. Remember, we're going to win. We're all winners. We're going to win so big. We're going to make it bigger and better than ever before. Remember that. So don't worry. By the time the other 6,000 or 7,000 people get in, it'll be very positive. Our subways are squalid and unsafe. The ceiling tiles are falling down, and they look worse than a third world country. The medians of our highways are crumbling. Our sidewalks are littered with garbage, bottles, and trash. But worst of all, the discarded needles from people that so desperately are in need of help. And we have mobs of migrants fighting our police officers and giving America the middle finger. But we are not going to let this continue.
Sadly, this is how all big blue cities are in the United States of America. And discarded needles, where have we heard that from before? Oh, that's right. Kensington, right here in Philadelphia. I thought Trump was really on point last night. I thought he had a great amount of energy, and he really set the tone. And you know Trump nailed it when the Washington Post is praising him. Here's Mark Thiessen on Fox News with a reaction and a recap after the rally last night. Take a listen to this.
This is so incredibly smart what he's doing. First of all, could Joe Biden pull that crowd in the South Bronx right now? I doubt it. Second of all, what he's doing what he has to do to win. If to win, Donald Trump can't simply depend on his base. He has to not feed his base, expand his base. He has to reach out to disaffected Biden voters, and that's what he's doing. And third, he's going after Biden's vulnerability with black and Hispanic voters. You just heard him talking about how black and Hispanic voters are getting slaughtered in this economy. Joe Biden is really worried about black and Hispanic voters. You saw that with his speech to the NAACP, Morehouse College. Trump is going after those voters right now, and he's on the offense.
Indeed, a super smart move and a wild night for sure. And it was very, very fun, short of watching some of the technical issues that they had, courtesy of WNYW last night with the rally. But I would bet against it materializing in an Empire State victory on election night. Do I think the margin of victory for Biden will be much smaller than it was 4 years ago? I do. But if I'm the Trump campaign over the next 5 months, I am allocating my time, my energy, and my resources to the following swing states in order of importance. Pennsylvania, first and foremost. The Keystone State is worth 20 electoral votes, followed by Georgia and Michigan evenly, both worth 16 votes apiece, followed by Wisconsin, which is worth 10 votes. The Biden-Harris administration make Pennsylvania of the utmost importance, because it is. Heck, Bucks County, right here in our backyard, could decide this state and could ultimately decide the entire election. But it sure was cool to see Trump in a major blue jurisdiction, treated like he just hit a walk-off to win the ALCS against the hated and vilified Boston Red Sox, or even against Sean Farish's Texas Rangers. But there's bigger fish to fry. States that are toss-ups, key battleground areas that will determine whether or not we get 4 more years of the big guy or another 4 years of Donald Trump. Reggie Jackson was famously known as Mr. October. Hopefully, Donald Trump will be known as Mr. November. Sorry, Derek Jeter. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. Spring is here, and now is the time to budget. Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Budgetblinds.com. Check them out today. We'll get Dawn and Sean's thoughts on the rally last night and yours as well if you would like to jump in. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, it's the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. It's Kayal and Company on a Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Connecticut water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Connecticut system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you know a veteran in need? Nation's Finest, through the VA's Supportive Services for Veteran Families program, helps veterans and their families struggling with rent, employment, and other housing-related costs. Today, Nation's Finest operates more than 30 locations in California, Arizona, and Nevada, helping thousands of veterans every year. Visit nationsfinest.org or call 1-833-468-9676. That's 1-833-468-9676.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Something amazing is happening. Data is powering insights and innovation. Network security has cyber attacks playing defense. Devices are improving the quality of work and the quality of life. That's what happens when you partner with CDW. Our experts help you get the most from your technology. We work with you to plan it, build it at scale, and manage it, so you can do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com.
For more than 50 years, Delaware Valley homeowners have called Oliver for their heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Leaky faucet, clogged drain, Oliver's expert plumbers can handle that. No power, outdated electrical panel, Oliver's licensed electricians can help. No AC, Oliver has same-day service, flexible financing, and the industry's best warranties. For fast service you can trust, call Oliver today or visit online at oliverheatcool.com.
The good folks at Wendy's have a revolutionary new product for you. Introducing the new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. It's like a time machine that takes you all the way back to now, the year 2024. It's the classic creamy, orangey flavor you remember. Dare I say, it's new-timey. It's the flavor you grew up with, just all grown up. Head over to your local Wendy's establishment and get yours while supplies last. The new Orange Dreamsicle Frosty. Here for the now, for now.
Limited time only at participating Wendy's.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
Pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, or back that won't go away? Check out QC Kinetics. No surgery, drugs, or downtime. QC Kinetics. 215-999-3000.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show. Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Free speech lives here with Dawn Stenslin weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, 6:35. Welcome back in. Hopefully you had a great Memorial Day weekend. It's now the 4th of July after that commercial break. My God, was that long. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Stalkers out this morning as we continue here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube, as I'm sure many of you are beginning your holiday weekend. 855-839-1210 to jump in. All right, so I want to get everybody's thoughts and reactions last night. I was loving it, short of the technical issues that they were having, because I think Newsmax and Fox News were both carrying the WNYW local Fox affiliate feed in New York City. I know some people switched over and were watching it on Rumble and via social media, and they weren't dealing with the technical issues. But I thought overall a very, very cool sight to see in the Bronx. And if you think about it, I think the only other Republican ever to go to the Bronx was Ronald Reagan. So obviously you have that tie-in if you are Donald Trump. But Dawn, I want to get your thoughts, and then we'll get Sean as well. What you saw last night, whether you think New York is in play, how cool of a sight that was. What were your takeaways from last night?
I thought it was an amazing sight. I was glad that the rain, held up, because they were saying, oh, there might be storms. And they said, oh, only 3,000 people are going to show up. It obviously was a huge rally in the Bronx. I think it probably felt good for Trump, because this is his home city. And I think that the Democrats must have been cringing when you see individuals who say, such as the gentleman who says, I'm a black Puerto Rican man, I'm going for Trump. And wow.
They must have hated the diversity of the crowd, right?
And so I think it is the crime. I mean, it's the economy, it's all the other things. But for individuals in New York, and I know we touched on it, and Sean, you touched on it earlier, that you think about what they're going through and they think, where's the guy I voted for? Where's Biden? He's hiding from this. Mm-hmm. So therefore they infer, well, he doesn't care about me. And here, to your point, Nick, here's a president who's bold. I mean, he's a Republican that's bold to go into New York City, the Bronx, right? Not since Reagan. And so I just thought it was an incredible sight. I loved it. I ate it up. I don't know about you, but I ate it up.
I did too. Those AOC tears were very, very salty. And I like salt, but it was a little too much salt for me. Sean Ferris, your thoughts from last night?
Yeah, all right. So I have a couple things written down. One after the big take. That's the second shot at the Texas Rangers, the first half hour. So we're just, hey, we're on we're hitting some homers today, I guess. Dawn actually mentioned a black Puerto Rican man. I thought she was talking about Joe Biden, but apparently it wasn't. So because he's everything. I'm Joe Bidenopoulos. The question is whether or not he can win New York. Does it make a difference? So I'm going to show you something on YouTube. Obviously, if you're listening on the radio, you're not going to see this. But these notes here that I'm going to put up on the screen, if you see them right there, those are my handwritten 2022 projections for the Zeldin campaign. It's hard to see all these, but I did estimations and polling stuff by hand that year. There it is. And the numbers, folks, in 2022, just weren't there for Lee Zeldin unless there was significant Democrat crossover or Democrats stayed home. And even then, it was going to be very hard to do that. Do I think Donald Trump is going to flip New York, right? If you're asking me, gun to my head, do I think it's going to happen? I don't. But that's not to say that I don't think he's going to perform well. And that's also not me saying that I think what he did yesterday was irrelevant or what he did in New Jersey was irrelevant or pointless. Because I come from a sales background. I did a lot of that, and before I started doing politics and commentary, et cetera. And one of the acronyms that they taught us was called FUJI. I talk about this all the time: fear of loss, urgency, the Jones effect, and impulse. And so specifically, I focus on the J, the Jones effect, which is keeping up with the Joneses, right? If you are a swing state voter, let's say in the state of Michigan or Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, Georgia, any of these swing states, and you're seeing 30,000 people, which is what the Bronx officials said were at this event yesterday, or 100,000 or 80,000 in New Jersey. And all you've heard for the last 8 years is that the blue state voters, New York, California, these places, urban city centers, they hate Donald Trump. Well, if they hate him, why did so many people show up?
Exactly.
Right. So now you're sitting there in Arizona and you're going, well, they don't really hate him much in New York. So I'll consider it. So it has this kind of, it's like a blob, right? It's like the amoeba is growing. People are looking at this, seeing massive support in blue states in the Northeast going, well, he must not be that bad if people are coming out from in the tens of thousands in the Bronx. So that has that secondary kind of effect on the electorate as well. And the third thing that I think he's doing, and I think he's been doing this ever since he started talking about New Jersey and New York, is what he did in 2016. He campaigned a lot in Minnesota, in eastern Minnesota. Everyone laughed at him. Minnesota's not in play. He's not going to win Minnesota. And he didn't win Minnesota in 2016, but he only lost by 2 points. One of the reasons why Donald Trump campaigned in eastern Minnesota in 2016 is because a lot of the attendees of that rally were from western Wisconsin. And so the Clinton campaign is laughing at Donald Trump in Minnesota, saying, what the heck is he doing there? When in all actuality, he was actually making a play for Wisconsin. The Clinton campaign thought he was in Minnesota. They didn't even plan any more stops to Wisconsin, and Trump got the last word there. He wound up winning Wisconsin. So I think him kind of flanking or throwing these rallies in the Northeast, specifically in Jersey and New York, isn't necessarily the only goal, isn't necessarily to flip those states, but it's to reach voters in Pennsylvania. We've heard him do this. You heard him do it in New Jersey. How many people are here from Pennsylvania, right? Because he knows that if he flips PA, he doesn't need Jersey. He doesn't need New York. If he gets them, that's great.
Sure.
But I do think the goal here is Pennsylvania. And I think that he's doing a really good job. The snapshot, right? The picture of massive support in New York speaks volumes. It speaks volumes to voters across the country. And I think that's a takeaway that a lot of people are overlooking, where we're going immediately to, can he flip it? Well, he can. Will he? Probably not. But that's not the only thing in play here. I think strategically doing this at this point in time in the campaign and in the election cycle is brilliant for Donald Trump.
I would agree. And, there's so many things that stood out last night. Yes, you had AOC throwing a temper tantrum and people having great fun on social media with all the memes and the GIFs and go back to being a bartender and all this. And then, of course, CNN's reporting their coverage of it. They are, kind of flabbergasted. They're shocked. Oh, my God, I can't believe there's 30,000+ people here in a place where, a Republican dare not walk into. And then, of course, you factor in, I thought, the reaction afterwards from all the pundits, and I flipped around last night. I went from Fox to Newsmax to CNN to MSNBC, whether they were 2 or 3 people panels or 7 people panels. And, I thought Trump's tone was great. Yes, the crime, yes, the poverty and stuff like that in the Bronx. But when he said, and we'll play you the clip coming up probably about an hour from now when we do a rally recap, aka the cut sheet, he says, it doesn't matter if you're black, if you're brown, if you're white, whatever the hell color you are, we're all about coming together and making America strong again. And as he's going through the colors, I'm thinking, you know what? It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, Asian, Hispanic, whatever you are, Middle Eastern. You know what color 99% of us really like? Green. Almost I've never met somebody that doesn't like money. And under Joe Biden, we all have less money. Under Donald Trump, we all had more money. And he kept it really simple. It was about immigration, it's about crime, it's about the economy. Those are the winning policy issues that Joe Biden can't touch Trump with because his policies have been an abject disaster. And it's not hyperbole. It's not fanboyism. You can put up the stats. You can do a blind resume on a television screen. Joe on the left, Trump on the right, drop the metrics below under the 3 different categories: economy, crime, border. All the check marks at the end of the day, they go to Donald Trump, not Joe Biden.
Yeah, and to your point, Sean, I think there is this, I used to have this yoga teacher, and she would say, you have permission to love yourself. But there is this thing with permission, right? And so what that rally did was it's saying to people across the country, look at the people supporting him. And you had a black and brown community there, a lot of braids, a lot, you know what I mean? And that is seen, to your point earlier, Sean, that's a message to the country that you can no longer say that people wearing that MAGA hat are only a bunch of crazy old white guys, because that's not what this is.
Nope.
And I do believe that it opens that door for people to go, oh, wow, look at that. They're in the Bronx. They're talking about quality of life issues that, for example, we here in Philadelphia are feeling. People in rural areas, people across the country and cities feeling this. I think it was huge, and not just for New York City or New York State.
And I think something too with these trials. So AOC was bragging about how the trials are acting as a legal ankle bracelet, right? Which is basically saying the quiet part out loud. The whole thing was about election interference. But the funniest part about it is since we still, to this day, have no idea what crime Donald Trump was trying to conceal with the quote unquote falsified business records. What we have gotten from this trial is these press conferences outside of the courtroom, Republicans showing up, prominent Republicans showing up in a show of unity and support for the presumptive nominee for president. And we're getting these scenes out of New York, again, which will have an impact on voters that don't live in New York. If you're in Michigan and you are seeing, you're a UAW, rank and file worker in a union out there in Michigan or wherever you're at, and you're seeing these massive scenes of construction workers in their unions chanting USA because Donald Trump is visiting a job site in New York City, because he's got to be in the city, according to AOC, right? He's got to be, even though he left the city many, many times. She's so stupid, this woman. But girl, baby. I was thinking of calling her, by the way, leaving her a message. Girl, baby girl, it's your favorite president.
Oh, my God, that'd be so funny.
Yeah. Oh, I've done that. I did it to Adam Schiff last year, and it was great. It was phenomenal. But I think if you're looking at all of these images, Dan Bongino says it all the time, campaigns are snapshots and sound bites. Well, the snapshot of Joe Biden in New Hampshire, a state that he should be winning, with like 50 people in the room and some media guy going like, can you feel the excitement? And like, there was no excitement. It was one of the people who attended that event said it felt like a wake. That's not a good thing if your campaign feels like a wake where somebody died, right? You have that. Contrast that with Donald Trump's massive crowds in places that he's not supposed to have this type of support. That whole, oh, that person looks like me, or he's in a union, or that's a union boss saying they're unions for Trump. I guess he's not so bad. It's that Jones effect. It's that, well, other people think he's cool, or other people think it's not so bad. He was, I was making more money. I was keeping more of my money back when he was a president. Let's give him another shot. Biden doesn't have a track record to run on. All he's got are, finger points, and, he's a racist and an insurrectionist and all that. And Nick, to your point, you're talking about the polls and you look at economy, the inflation, immigration. Well, there's another issue that's been polled recently, and that's the threat to democracy, which the Democrats have tried to weaponize against Trump, right? Well, right now you're seeing a larger number of Americans starting to admit that they believe Biden is a bigger threat to democracy because of the lawfare trials. So the whole thing is backfiring on them epically, and now they're trying to cope. AOC is throwing tantrums. Kathy Hochul is calling New Yorkers clowns, which is rich coming from a woman from Buffalo. So it's just, it is just tremendous. And it's only May. It's only almost June.
Yep.
And we're seeing Donald Trump and MAGA and this movement in the driver's seat. Don't screw it up. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, put a bow on the first hour. I want to get Sean's thoughts quickly on what exactly Nikki's endorsement of Trump means for Trump and also Nikki. We'll do that as we wrap up hour number 1. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2. Back after this here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
Introducing the Honickman Center at Jefferson Health. Outpatient care designed by patients like you. Together, we're shaping the future of medicine, where advanced technology and comprehensive services ensure convenience and accessibility for all patients. Everything you need to simplify the complexity of care is available in one location. Uncompromising care, delivered by world-class physicians. To schedule an appointment, call 1-800-JEFF-NOW.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head and just over $30,000. That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. Optima Tax Relief. They're the best in the business.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
However you plan to spend the holiday, make it a point to visit Bucks County Estate Traders for their Memorial Day weekend sales event. Now through Tuesday, everything in stock is 20% off. We're talking quality furniture, high-end pieces, mid-century modern, traditional, vintage, antique, and name brands. Visit their 58,000 square foot showroom or order online for shipping anywhere. The Memorial Day weekend sale, now through Tuesday at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or buckscountyestatetraders.com.
How many more times will you risk that slippery climb in and out of your bathtub? Instead, try a smart and beautiful idea. Convert that ugly old tub into a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a walk-in entry that means no more climbing over the tub. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, surprisingly affordable, and installs in just 1 day. Don't trust us. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick and their thousands of 5-star reviews. That's big news. So visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh, welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue. Nice choice of music as we come back here with a clown reference. This song dedicated to Kathy Hochul, who had the audacity to say that Trump supporters in New York and the Bronx are clowns after making a statement about 10 days ago where she said, yeah, young black kids in the Bronx, they don't know what a computer is. Oh. My God. 855-839-1210. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2. Sean, we got about 90 seconds here. I just wanted to get your thoughts. We talked a lot about this yesterday. Nikki Haley finally coming out and saying that she will vote for Donald Trump. I assume that's her way of endorsing Donald Trump for president. What do you think this means for Trump, if anything? And then secondarily, what does this mean for Hillary?
Well, Hillary, that's pretty funny. I think it means I guess it's significant because it shows unity in the Republican Party, which, she's falling in line. That's fine. She didn't technically endorse him, but she said she's voting for him. Endorsements don't mean really much. Here's the funny part, though. We were talking about this last night, actually. Haley's supporters, a lot of them were Democrats or moderates. And if Trump can pull those voters away from Biden, kind of just nice and slow, bring them over, it's only a good thing. I don't like Nikki Haley. I will never vote for Nikki Haley. I don't want to ever see her in a place of power again. I don't like the woman at all. However, if she is going to help us add more points, by all means, continue to help us put more points on the board. And, she could say, kind of do it. I'm going to hold my nose and vote for him, whatever she wants to say. As long as you fill in that ballot for Trump and do the right thing in November, I'm not going to complain about it. I'm not going to say, well, you're too late to the party, so go somewhere else. Nah, I'm not in the interest of turning away points. So I think it's good for Trump. Haley's not going to go anywhere. I don't think he wants to give her a position, but I think she's just trying to be a good team player. Great. Hopefully some of those moderate and some of those Democrats vote for Trump. I'd love to see it.
All right. Hour number 2 is on the way. Before we get to the cut sheet and the rally recap, we will get to Donald Trump's trial in New York. We know the defense has rested. When they resume Tuesday following the holiday, it will be closing arguments. What do Americans from coast to coast think of the trial? We'll get to that. And also, Joe Biden pandering to the Utes as he's looking to up his social media street cred. We'll get to that as we continue. Hour 2 is on the way. But first, Dawn Stenzlin with a word for Piazza Auto Group.
Yeah, because we're thinking about, the busiest day on the roads pre-Memorial Day that we've seen in some 20 years. If you're thinking about heading out on the road this summer and you're thinking about that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing, you want it, you've earned it, go get it. With a little help from my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles. Yeah, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available right now from brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, and so much more. Most beautiful vehicles on the road. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. That's Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Piazza Premium Automobiles.com. Piazza. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Living with Lyme, a condition that you may have and not even know it. John DeMasi here, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Yes, you may be living with Lyme, even if you've had some kind of treatment. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the healthcare team at Innovative Medical Associates have dealt with this condition and have helped hundreds over the years live successfully with Lyme. mainly through the use of medical hydration. They've been able to reduce many of the symptoms associated with Lyme and allow their patients a better quality of life.
I want to get you through your initial challenge, working alongside with my physicians, and then get you to a place where we are looking at maintaining your immune system, maintaining your quality of life.
If you suspect you or someone you know has Lyme disease, visit innovativemedicalassociates.com on the web to schedule a free initial consultation or call 856-489-0505.
Right now might be the best time ever to upgrade your old, inefficient water heater to a state-of-the-art Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater. It's eco-friendly, Energy Star certified for high efficiency, and will help lower your energy bills. Rebates and tax credits are now available that could save you thousands of dollars. How you heat your water matters. So ask your plumbing professional about the Bradford White Aerotherm heat pump water heater or visit bradfordwhite.com to learn more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
It's Window Nation's semi-annual sale, and it's a big deal. Right now, get 50% off all windows along with no interest for 5 years plus bonus savings when you schedule a consult today. If your windows leak, get foggy or hot, or you're paying high utility bills, that's a big deal. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, you can replace your windows and save a big deal too. Schedule a no-obligation in-home estimate now. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
WPHT.
Everybody all around the world, gotta tell you what I just heard. There's gonna be a party all
7:03. Welcome back in. It is hour number 2 here on a Friday. Memorial Day weekend upon us. Kayal and company Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Stocker's got a 4-day weekend ahead of himself. As we got done wrapping up yesterday, the second episode of Kale Pool Karaoke out at Land Rover Willow Grove. And then I'm like, so you going back to the office for a couple hours, boss? And he's like, no, I live 5 minutes from here. So Stocker got a quick start to his 4-day weekend. So enjoy it, and we're having some fun here this morning after the big rally in the Bronx last night for Donald J. Trump. We'll get to what Americans think as closing arguments will be underway on Tuesday when people check back in from a long holiday weekend. Also, Joe Biden trying to up his meme game on social media, and why the media blackout now that it is confirmed, much like the laptop, that the Ashley Biden diary is valid and true. We'll get to all of that this morning. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:04, the great Dawn Stensland.
And we are sponsored this morning by Turn 7 Liquidations. 67 degrees. The sun is out. It's going to be a beautiful day, heating up to not quite 80, 78 degrees today for your Friday. We do have Philadelphia police, a busy night overnight. 3 people shot overnight in the Fair Hill section of Philadelphia. That's one of the headlines. Another one is police search for this scooter-riding gunman who opened fire in the Kensington section of Philadelphia on innocent bystanders right after school yesterday, striking an 8-year-old little girl, a woman in her mid-40s, another individual just randomly shooting people. So we don't know the exact motive. It looks like it started with a road rage situation. The scooter rider felt like he was disrespected on the road by another vehicle and shooting at that vehicle. So they have his picture everywhere, surveillance images everywhere. Want to catch that armed and dangerous individual who sped off on a scooter. And then we talked earlier about that situation in KOP, King of Prussia, as 3 children were injured when that dispute turned physical on a SEPTA bus in King of Prussia. 8 o'clock last night, Route 99 bus, Route 202, right at Mall Boulevard. You probably know right where I'm talking about. And a bottle fight, broken bottles. And so the police, the first responders, said it looked like a multiple stabbing. They're not actually sure. They did not recover a knife. And they're not sure if somebody was throwing the broken bottles. Did somebody break the bottles and then use a broken bottle as a weapon? Chaos.
This reminds me of like the old Hollywood movie scenes where you have the bar fight, where you have those fake glass bottles and you smash it over the guy's head that you're fighting with, and he falls down, and it's a whole charade. Except this is not Hollywood. This is real life, and we're just turning bottles into sharp daggers and objects. And in King, I mean, you're right, Mall Boulevard. I mean, we've all been out there. Presumably, everybody in our audience has been out there. That's not where that type of stuff happens usually.
Yeah, it's crazy. So we're following that as far as police investigating it. There are no critical injuries or anything of that nature. They will recover, but pretty banged up. We talked about locally Representative Dwight Evans speaking out and confirming that he did suffer a minor stroke and talking about stroke awareness. If somebody has, we've all done those fundraisers, right, about stroke. If you think somebody's having a stroke, have them raise their hands. I know it sounds weird, but smile. Raise their arms over their head and smile. If they can't do that, they're having a stroke.
Oh, okay. I just learned something. I did not know that was the test.
Raise their hands and smile. If they can't do it, get them emergency help.
Okay. All right.
Give them an aspirin.
If I ever get tripped up in the copy on my big take or turn 7 read, Dawn, just tell me to throw my arms up.
I know, right?
Test me out on the spot.
We have a lot of medical professionals and doctors listen, so if I don't have it quite right, believe me, we'll
they'll let us know.
They'll say, Dawn, stop giving medical advice.
Yeah.
Speaker Mike Johnson inviting, of course, Israeli leader Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu to speak to Congress. And I do want to get to this story.
Hey, real quick,
yes?
not to cut you off, but I wanted to mention something because you mentioned MAGA Mike in the first hour. Did you see the clip yesterday after that invitation was sent out to Netanyahu? Some of the reporters were asking Squad Dems what they thought about, and I think it was Rashida Tlaib. One of her handlers in front of a Fox reporter with a camera and microphone opened his umbrella to shield Rashida Tlaib from that question. I don't know, Sean, if you saw that, because then they also asked Ilhan Omar, and they are so bent out of shape that Netanyahu would be extended that invite.
First of all, Rashida Tlaib, you know what I call her? I have a nickname for her. We call her the notorious PIG, Piggy Smalls. We don't like her. And then Ilhan Omar, the great Andrew Wilkow, calls her Jar Jar Binks because that's what she sounds like for the Star Wars fans out there. She has to be the person who did the voiceover for Jar Jar Binks. I mean, maybe that was the way she was able to fund her brother's whole thing coming into the country. Maybe it was from Lucasfilm. I don't know. But this whole, Tlaib can't answer the tough questions. Remember when she was running away from the Fox reporter in the halls of Congress? We don't talk to Fox because they are racist and you like white people. This is I cannot believe. And this is why, fake Jake Tapper, he's going to be the moderator of this first debate. And he came out after October 7th. And he was like, oh, I can't believe all this anti-Semitism on the left. Did you sleepwalk through everything, Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and AOC have done over the last 6 years? Tapper, come on now. Enough of this whole acting surprise that your people are actually anti-Semites and are reviving the Third Reich. Enough. But these Tlaib, Ilhan, these are disgraceful people, and we got to figure out something in their districts to get them out of office.
Indeed.
It's got to happen. These are terrible people.
Well said.
Amen, brother. Well, we have more flag news. This is an appeal to heaven flag spot, and this is the headline in the Inquirer: a controversial flag flown by rioters at January 6th. This is my scary, MAGA voice, my scary voice.
Threat to democracy voice.
Shaking.
But that was that was the headline, that they equated this flag with Supreme Court Justice Sam Alito Jr. It's an appeal to heaven flag, which I believe was made famous in part by George Washington and has a lot of history in the country. In any event, it was flying at his Long Beach Island LBI residence last summer and last fall, according to local reports.
Well, you know the rules, Dawn. There's only certain flags that can be flown in 2024, according to the left. And if that flag doesn't fit the bill, then it's obviously a major issue, and we're going to cause a stink.
Unbelievable. So now they're using this, I guess, the neighbor saying, well, he flew an appeal to heaven flag. So he should be recused from any decisions involving Trump.
Right.
So they're just doing anything they can to try to silence him.
Let's not talk about which judges should be recused from certain cases.
Thank you.
Yeah, how about the one with the daughter who's making money off the case that he's sitting? How about we start there? Then we can go to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
I think, too, you just watch the left, see what they're attacking, and that tells you what they think is going to happen. They know, I think, that obstruction of an official proceeding, 1512, DOJ 1512, that's the obstruction charge.
Yep.
I think they know that's getting overturned. And a lot of those J6 sentences are getting overturned. And then the immunity situation, that Trump doesn't even have to win, so to speak, that case. As long as that gets remanded back to lower courts, he's that case, that J6 case is not being tried before the election. Actually, the immunity case, the immunity argument has implications for all three of the remaining trials. And I think they know the Supreme Court is about to rule fairly, which means in Donald Trump's favor.
Yep.
Yeah, and it'll free a lot of people. We have a young man, Zachary Rill from the Northeast here, who was never charged or convicted with anything violent against anybody. He did trespass, and he admitted that he went in. But he, from day one, once they arrested him, he never got out of jail.
Yeah.
He's been in jail, wife, 2 little daughters, a baby. So for those individuals, I hope they get justice.
Yes, well said.
And just, we have to watch this. Attorneys for Hunter Biden due in court this morning for that final hearing before the president's son is expected to stand trial on federal firearm charges in Delaware. Obviously, as the big guy, Dad, is campaigning for his reelection. Hunter Biden charged with lying about his drug use this dates back to October of 2018 on a form to buy a gun that he kept for not quite 2 weeks in Delaware. And he did acknowledge an addiction to crack cocaine during that period. Lawyers have said he did not break the law, and the case, they claim, is politically motivated. So they go back before a judge today.
Okay.
So we've got that one going on. And a busy Memorial Day. I think we're all fired up for Friday. We got a lot of Jersey Shore news. I'll remind everybody for the Utes, because it's not just Ocean City, it's not just Sea Isle. The Wildwood has some new teen curfews that they've gone into effect. They're in effect for tonight. So just a reminder, because I know a lot of teenagers think, oh, we'll just go to Wildwood because, Ocean City and Sea Isle have all the rules about the teens.
Right.
Well, they're going to have a little bit of a surprise.
Good. And for those that are young enough to still be under the supervision of parents, hey, parents, do your job, all right? Make sure your little punks are in bed tonight so the cops don't have to do too much.
I love
That's
it.
right.
Hey, we are sponsored by Turn 7 store closing. Turn 7 must liquidate and vacate everything to the bare walls at both massive Turn 7 liquidation centers must go. Thousands of items are now below cost. Hurry. Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall, Turn 7 store closing, liquidation, Turn 7. Hey, the forecast, 78 degrees today, even though it felt humid early this morning. That humidity blows away with a breeze. So a beautiful lower humidity day today. And then we're in the mid-80s. Smooth sailing through tomorrow, 86, Sunday, 85. Unfortunately, Monday, Memorial Day, and so many ceremonies honoring our veterans. Unfortunately, Monday will be rainy with some showers and possibly lightning and storms rolling and rumbling through for your Monday. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:14 as we continue here on Kayal and Company Cut Sheet, a.k.a. Rally Recap. You'll hear all sorts of clips from Donald Trump and other pundits from last night in the Bronx coming up in just about 30 minutes. We got about 5 or 6 minutes here. I want to get to a little bit of this because, it's so interesting because, as you know, in this Trump trial in New York, sometimes it doesn't happen a lot, but every now and then you get a jury that ends up being sequestered because they don't want a jury to be tainted by outside viewpoints, talking heads, newspaper columns, social media, and to have their views influenced. Because when you're one of those 12 jurors or the 6 reserves, you're those 18 people, the only thing that should matter in a trial is the facts. That's all that really should matter, and whether the defense has busted up the prosecution or if the prosecution has proven beyond a reasonable doubt, or in a civil case, the preponderance of the evidence. So the Trump case, as you know, the defense has rested, and it's going to be a handful of days, 5-6 days, until we resume next Tuesday with closing arguments. And hopefully these individuals, if they have arrived at a conclusion of not guilty, aka an acquittal, a hung jury, or even a guilty verdict, if you're looking at fairness and facts, you just hope that whatever conclusion that you're pretty much arriving at, maybe you can still be swayed one way or the other in a closing argument if the closing argument is strong and convincing, that these individuals will not be tainted and affected by outside noise. So that will not resume. Closing arguments will be on Tuesday. But what do Americans from coast to coast think about this trial, from Fresno, California, to Washington, D.C., to Nashville, Tennessee? This was a great little clip I want to play for you, and then we'll get some thoughts on closing arguments coming up on Tuesday. This is what Americans had to say coast to coast when they were asked by Fox News to assess the first Trump trial. This is Anthony K1. Take a listen and watch this.
Is the post-Catholic major political warfare, lawfare?
It's a sham and a disgrace that they would take our former president, who will be our president in November, and try him like that.
I think it's the most corruption I've seen in my lifetime. I'm flabbergasted by the blatant corruption that's going on and political targeting.
Sounds like it's a kangaroo court, actually. I pay quite a lot of attention to what's going on out in the world there. Okay. And I think it's a total farce. And if it's not thrown out, I'd be shocked.
No, I think the trial's a scam.
Absolutely,
So,
yeah. They were trying to set him up.
They don't want him to be president again. That's pretty much it. So
propaganda. I don't think it's much there. But as far as Trump himself, I didn't vote for him. Not going to vote for him. Don't too particularly care.
It has to be at this point, given the current climate that we're at.
Everything that's been going on with him since he started running for president, for whatever reason, the left has hated him, and they've done everything in their power to take him down.
I don't know that anything's ever totally fair, but there's clearly a wrong was done. And they're trying to show that.
Well, if you break the law, you should be held accountable. He's broken the law many, many, many times and has never been held accountable. He's used different devices and ploys to get out of trials, without being tried.
In any way, yes, but I don't have strong opinions on it.
The idea of doing it this close to the election when it's something that happened many years ago just yells out it's intentional. So yes, I think it is political.
He's completely innocent. The feds looked at this case years ago and said we weren't going to charge him, and now it's being done in the state completely for political reasons. Their star witness is falling apart. There's no evidence. It's completely politically motivated, and he'll be found not guilty. Although it is in New York, and people don't always.
All right, so there you go. It was a little bit longer, but you get the gist. A variety of opinions, mostly people thinking that this is a total sham. And this is the thing, and Sean, I'll start with you here because you mentioned, they have not shown what the crime is that Trump was trying to conceal. Your two star witnesses are Stormy Daniels. Her credibility is shot. She's flipped her story.
Horseface.
Horseface. She's changed her view 4 or 5 different times. Michael Cohen is a complete perjurer, a fraudster, and a liar. And you factor all of those 3 components in. I think probably hung jury is the safest bet, followed by an acquittal or not guilty. I'm not going to sit here and say I'd be shocked if he was found guilty because it is New York. We know the playing field that Trump is playing the game on. But I just can't see how anybody with a functional brain that is fair and impartial will come back with a guilty verdict when we resume these closing arguments on Tuesday. And this case goes to a jury probably by the end of next week.
Yeah, and you mentioned sequester, right? And in that case, you don't want your jury to be tampered with. The problem is now this judge has isolated this jury and isolated that entire courtroom from the facts of the case. How could you not? This is a federal election crime that they're saying Donald Trump was trying to conceal by falsifying business records. Now, they actually haven't said that, but that's what they're implying because nobody has nobody has put out there what the underlying crime is, right? So the whole idea that the falsification, I use that air quotes because he gave a lawyer money and then listed it as a legal expense. So first of all, what is he supposed to list that as? What is he supposed to categorize that as? You give your lawyer money, that is a legal expense. When I pay my mechanic, that is an auto repair. I mean, this is not a very difficult concept, although for some, it is. So he gives his lawyer money and lists it as legal expenses. They're now saying that was a false entry in the record to conceal another crime. The other crime, I think, is some sort of federal election crime. But the FEC already looked at this and didn't charge him. The Federal Election Commission. There was supposed to be a witness, the former head of that organization, to come out and say, well, we didn't determine that this was a criminal. We decided not to go after him. And the judge said, well, no, we can't have that testimony. So it actually may benefit the jury to listen to the mainstream media because even MSNBC and CNN are saying, I don't really know. Anderson Cooper, guys, came out and said that Michael Cohen wasn't credible. Right. And then you have Cohen on the stand saying, if something affects me personally, I will lie. I mean, you might as well turn to the jury and flip them off at that point and basically say, I will lie to you if I profit. And that's exactly what's happening with Cohen. He wants to run for Congress. He wants to write this book. I mean, those two aspirations, those two goals and those avenues of wherever Michael Cohen wants to go become far more lucrative if Donald Trump is quote unquote convicted based off of his testimony. So he's telling the jury, he's telling everybody, I'll lie if it benefits me because he's done it in the past and he'll do it again. He said that. He stole from Trump. Stealing $60,000 is a bigger crime than this whole falsification thing. Yeah. So this whole case is nonsense. It's all nonsense. We still don't know what the underlying crime that he was trying to conceal is that makes this a felony. And a lot of people, as you just played that clip, a lot of people are seeing that.
By the way, grand larceny is what Michael Cohen should be charged with when you steal $60,000. You know, Dawn, I think when we talk about debates, I feel like when Joe and Donald committed to these 2 debates, I feel like 99% of Americans already know who they're voting voting for the debate really won't influence anybody. But Dawn, with these closing arguments, I also feel with the jury that 99% of the jurors probably already know which way they're voting. I'm not sure if closing arguments move the needle one way or the other for those select 12 sitting on that panel.
I think, to Sean's point, the judge is critical, the judge's instructions, and that's why they will be arguing about that when they come back on Tuesday. Because, to your point, and when you think about the former FEC commissioner who was Bradley Smith, right? He was the one who the judge said, well, he can testify, but only about the background of the FEC. He cannot answer the question of his opinion as far as a case like this one or case law or what they have charged people on or what they could charge people on. So the judge very artfully, and you'll hear the liberal stations who always, biased by omission, will say, well, technically the judge didn't bar this important witness. The judge said he could go on, but basically he was putting a gag order on him, if you will, that he couldn't answer any of the pertinent questions. He could only basically give the history of the FEC or explain what the FEC does.
Right.
And greatly limit him. I think the judge will do the same thing with the jury instructions. But I as I've said, I just, that again is another reason that we can stack up as far as the reason that this will be won on and overturned no matter what happens on appeal. So even if this jury comes back and says guilty, it's going to go to the Ninth Circuit, and that's the same court that overturned Harvey Weinstein, and they're going to overturn it because of situations like this. It's ridiculous.
855-839-1210. If you want to join the show, you can hit us up in the YouTube comments. Kayal and Company's comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. And, of course, download the Odyssey app if you would like to listen on the go. Perhaps you're traveling out of our listening area. The Odyssey app will come in handy. We're working our way towards the cut sheet, a.k.a. the rally recap this morning. But coming up next, we'll flip the script to the Biden administration as big guy Joe Biden panders for more votes from the Utes and also media bias by omission. Dawn always talks about it. Ashley Biden and the diary. It's real. Back after this here on Kayal and Company.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-688-6641.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
I'm Philomena, founder of Kin Apparel here in Philly. I love my natural hair, but not what hoodies and hats were doing to it. So I made my own satin-lined hoodies and created a business in the process. I've got big dreams, and Chase for Business in Philly was like, all right, how do we get you there?
Get financial guidance from bankers in your community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJDiet.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Ready for pool time this Memorial Day weekend? At Leslie's, we've got you covered. Save big on all things pool. We have everything you need in stock and at a great price. Take the guesswork out of pool care. Come into Leslie's for a free 10-point AccuBlue water test to ensure your water is clean, safe, and beautiful. Get set for all your pool time fun with Leslie's. Dive in and get started. Shop online at lesliespool.com or at one of our 1,000 locations. Leslie's, we know pools.
Dom Giordano.
Representative Matt Gaetz, welcome back to Philadelphia. Question from my producer. I didn't egg it on. You are one of the great congresspeople when it comes to hair.
You know, I have a little bit of the blow dry, a little bit of pomade, and then the secret ingredient is at the end, I sprinkle on Kevin McCarthy's tears. And if you use that at just the right moment, you get the elevation.
Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. I just think the world of the Chapman family team celebrating 30 years in the industry right here in our region. Mike and Mark Chapman in Chester County. That's where they started their business, and it has grown. If you need windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, I trust nobody else with this investment in your home. These certified Chapman installers, they are the professionals you want on the job. And think about updating with James Hardy Plank. It's gorgeous, and there's so many beautiful choices of vinyl siding. They're going to add value and beauty to your home. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, shutters, hardware choices that go along with it, maybe a new front door, stucco remediation, why don't you just give them a call? Text them, 610-431-8898. You can visit them online, take a virtual tour, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Chapman, the name I trust. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Yo, Royers Ford. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
7:31, Kayal and Company, Friday morning, inside of 15 minutes until we get to the rally recap cut sheet this morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, 855-839-1210. Stalker with the morning off. Sean Farish in for him. Anthony on the board this morning. We'll get to a lot of the audio if you missed the first 45 minutes of the show today or so. A lot on the rally in the Bronx last night. But for a couple of minutes, we turn our attention to the campaign trail. We talked about Trump and, what his rally was like, his trial. But now Joe Biden is looking to up his social media street cred. I've got the Washington Times here in front of me with the headline that reads, Biden campaign to hire a meme manager as the president struggles for support from young voters. He's struggling in every group that traditionally a Democrat should do well in: black voters, Hispanic voters, any minority, the youths of today. But the ad says that the Biden campaign is aiming to speak the language of youth by hiring someone to manage its content and meme pages as the president's re-election campaign struggles to connect with Gen Z voters. In a job posting on Daybook, the campaign is looking to hire a partner to manage the campaign's internet content, including memes. Memes have played a big part in how presidential candidates have tried to get the word out to the young voters about their campaigns. And the Biden campaign has kind of, according to the Washington Times, lovingly adopted the Dark Brandon. It's a meme that portrays the alter ego of President Biden that was created after the whole F Joe Biden, let's go Brandon stuff from that NASCAR race of 3 years ago. I think the Trump camp has a great social media game, memes, GIFs, whatever you want to call them, Vines back in the day. The one that I love the most is when you see Trump at a golf course teeing off with his tee shot. He hits the golf ball, and then it hits Joe Biden in the back of the head, and then Joe Biden falls up the steps of Air Force One. You could say it's petty. You could say whatever you want about it. It is funny, but it really does matter. And I do think when you can connect with Gen Z, and I'll never forget what Vivek Ramaswamy said months ago, where he says Republicans and conservatives shouldn't want to ban TikTok. You might not like some of the stuff on there, but he was embracing it and telling Republicans to take advantage of it and tap into it. So I'm curious to know your guys' thoughts about just the influence and the impact that, you know, a silly meme can have on an impressionable 18-year-old or 22-year-old, because I do think it really does matter in a close election like this.
Yeah, I think it does matter, and I will say this. You know, the Trump team has a couple of. I mean, they're not on the payroll per se, but there are a lot of folks out there who will create content or use their content creating abilities to get a message out. I mean, I do it, right? When I do some of these little bits, we'll make fun of people. We'll bring people. I even get liberals. They'll go, you know, I don't like Trump, but that was funny. Well, great, because now you just heard a little dose of truth. That's something you probably haven't heard anywhere else, right?
Yep.
You know, Biden wants Gen Z. He's trying to court Gen Z. And I'll tell you right now, it's not going to be through memes. It just isn't. I mean, especially not when you do it through a left-wing lens. They're not funny. These people aren't funny.
I know.
How many times have I been, you know, I've had somebody put a picture of, I don't know, something, Donald Trump, it's a pumpkin because he's orange. I'm like, dude, you're not a funny person. Then I had someone yesterday comment on one of my posts to put a meme up. It's AOC sitting on a stoop and it says straight out of brain cells, like straight out of Compton. That's funny. I'm a capitalist. I believe in blockchain technology. Donald Trump just came out and said he wants to build a crypto army. You're going to get these Zoomers who are with the NFTs and Web3 and developing all sorts of different tokenized assets that are going to get behind somebody like that, Trump, because he's protecting their livelihood. It's not going to be a Dark Brandon meme that wins over Gen Z, and it's not going to be another student loan bailout that doesn't bail any students right now out of paying student loans. They're talking about, oh, we forgave all this. These are people that have been in repayment for 20 years.
Yeah.
People that are 40-something years old.
Right.
Gen Z is so annoyed because they are paying more money. They're going to the supermarket. They're having to surrender, you know, limbs off of their body to buy eggs. This is, they want to buy a house. They want to buy a car. They can't do it. Thanks, Joe. It's not going to be a Dark Brandon meme or a meme manager that's going to ride in and save the day for Biden.
Dawn, your boys are Gen Z, I believe, correct? Are they paying attention to these social media memes when it comes to politics? I know. Which one of your boys is a big listener of the show? Is that Michael?
Yeah,
or is
they
that
both
David?
love it. They're both, you know, teenage guys. And I think there's a difference between teenage guys who are going to go for what the guys are going to go for what Sean is saying as far as the crypto. They talk about that all the time. And yes, that's an issue for them. They love it. And also they're guys, so they love what's funny. But for their counterparts, for teenage girls, a whole different story.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right.
They're all, the girls are like, looking at themselves.
Right.
And that's a whole different thing.
Yeah. And Sean, I'm glad you brought up the student loan bailouts. That was the big take yesterday. And you talk about, the people that are going to be taking advantage of it, those that have been in repayment or they've paused it multiple times, for the last 18, 20 years. I'm 40 and a half now, and I've been out of college for just about 18 years. So that's the wheelhouse for me, but my loans are almost paid off. But it's just, and I hate to go on the student bailout, loan bailout payment plan again and go on that rant, but it's so absurd. Like, I've given the analogy and the comparison in the past. It would be like me rolling up to my favorite watering hole, running up a bar tab of $82, and then I look at the guy next to me and say he has to pick up my tab. I mean,
it's crazy.
Now some people are going to take advantage of it, and maybe that swings a vote for Joe Biden, but it's just absurd if you actually believe that this is forgiven. It's not forgiven. You're just passing the buck on to somebody else.
And I like the way that they're trying to say that the memes, and by the way, and I love, if you want to call it meme warfare, I think it's great because the meme these days in the 2024 election cycle, it's our generation's political cartoons. That's exactly what a meme is.
Mm-hmm.
And they can be powerful. Joe Biden is a walking and many times falling meme. The guy, he is like, I've never seen a more accurate real life representation of Ron Burgundy in my life. This guy literally said he went to school with a Professor Riley last name. Like, last name was Riley was his last name. Last name was not his last name. And he's reading prompts. Right. Someone's got to do a go F yourself San Diego moment for Joe Biden, because he would probably, so to San Diego told them to go themselves. Like, I just can't. I can't with this guy. And now that, we got the secret. We're going to, so Harry Sisson didn't get it done. Your Brooklyn dad guy, Jojo from Jersey on Twitter, they're not getting it done. So now you have to hire a meme manager. Way to take the fun out of what is very, very fun to put together. I've collaborated on memes. People need a Trump voiceover. Hey, yeah, I got you. No problem. We record it. Like, this is a fun thing. And then you go, well, we're going to have a meme manager. Leave it to the government to screw up something as fun as memes. Yep. That's, what? And they're not going to succeed. Right. They're not going to succeed because it's not going to be organic.
Nope.
It's not going to be organic. And they're not creative and they're not funny.
You're right. It's amazing how unfunny left-wing comedy really is. I don't even know if you can call it comedy. I haven't laughed at Saturday Night Live in years, and I don't watch it live. I don't DVR it anymore. The only time I ever see clips are on social media or if it makes the cut sheet. It's just not funny. It's too serious, because the moment you take away the ability to offend and go there, you lose a lot of your ammunition and a lot of your content, and that's exactly what the left has done. They have squelched the ability to have fun, and they don't know how to connect with people in a humorous way. All they do is sell fear and fear and fear and threats and threats and threats, because that's all they have. They can't tout policy victories, so there we go. All right, we got the cut sheet coming up in just over 5 minutes this morning. A big rally recap. You'll hear all sorts of audio bites from the Bronx last night. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, specifically Mercedes-Benz. Just about 6.5 weeks ago, got to sample and test drive. What a vehicle this is. The new Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester. My God, what a vehicle. If you are looking for a high-end, luxurious vehicle, this is the one for you. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed with advanced technology on the inside. Its touchscreen interface and AI voice recognition are sure to impress. You can literally have a conversation with the Mercedes C300 while you are driving. It's like Alexa or Siri on steroids. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine with 255 horsepower. Check it out today. It is available at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City, or you can shop online at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com and tell them Nick sent you.
Window Nation presents the 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. Listen the first Wednesday of every month as Kayal and Company shines a spotlight on a local veteran, highlighting their remarkable commitment to the community and their exceptional service in the military. Presented by Window Nation. At Window Nation, there's nothing more important than giving back to the communities we serve. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. That's windownation.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-254-4574. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-254-4574 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-254-4574 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-254-4574.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you're going to love that new bathroom. Kitchen Magic is a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 40% off installation of your remodel until May 31st. Get your free in-home consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to Work Money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You don't want to miss out on the Memorial Sale at Rescue Natural Supplements going on now with prices rising across the country. Rescue is rolling back pricing to the year 2010. Plus, enjoy their fantastic 2 bottles, get 1 free, and buy 3 bottles, get 2 free Memorial deals. Stock up on your favorites. Save big with Rescue rollback pricing and generous free bottle offers, whether you're in need of 1250 omega-3s, cholesterol supporters, probiotics, or natural pain relief. Everything is on sale. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483 and speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't miss this opportunity for huge savings on over 50 Rescue products to tackle your health goals. Remember, 2010 rollback prices and the Memorial deals are going on now through May 30th. So go shop res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Do it today.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This segment brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazing competitive pricing and additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith, Yosef, and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Tell them Talk Radio 1210 WPHT sent you.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Yeah, Yeah, baby. Kayal and Company on this Friday morning, 7:47. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish with you. Nick, Dawn, and Sean Stocker with the morning off as we roll on. Great to have all of you in. Wishing all of our veterans a happy Memorial Day weekend. We appreciate you and your service and your selfless acts. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, get us on social media at 1210 WPHT. Listen to us on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, you can watch us live on YouTube. We'll kind of tinker with this a little bit here this morning for the next 12 or 13 minutes, and then we'll come back and get to some more cuts and audio as well. A big three from Dawn in about 25 or 30 minutes. Normally we call it the cut sheet. Today we will call it the rally recap. If you missed the first 45 minutes, we spent the opening hour this morning on Donald Trump in the Bronx last night as 25, 30, 35,000 individuals packed the Bronx, much to the chagrin of AOC, Kathy Hochul, CNN, and everybody else that's like, oh, my God, there are actually people out there that are not straight white men that like Donald Trump. Who knew? If you actually listen to this show and pay attention to something outside of Yahoo or Facebook, you would know that. All right, let's get to some of the recaps here. We'll play some of the clips and have some conversation. We'll go around the table. Let's start with this one, Anthony. This was clip number one. As Donald Trump calls for unity during his campaign rally in the Bronx and says, doesn't matter what your background is. Here's DJT, clip number one last night.
Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered none, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a perfect number, 1.4%. It doesn't matter whether you're black or brown or white or whatever the hell color you are, it doesn't matter. We are all Americans, and we're going to pull together as Americans.
Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, yellow, purple, teal, aqua, any other color under the Crayola Crayon 64-pack combos that you can get. You had more green in your pocket. And, Dawn, we talked about this, a few days ago, the Memorial Day price hike, everything up around 10%. So that's going to impact people when people are literally living not only paycheck to paycheck, but looking at their bank account on their favorite bank app and saying, boy, you know what? I got to spend $80 for a Memorial Day cookout. I can't go to $100. That impacts almost everybody except for the global elites and the 1%, I would think.
Yeah, it's so true. You think of a burger, you don't think that that's a luxury item. And it basically is now. It's a treat that's so expensive, people can't afford it. I love that his message is, you are an American. And I'm not going to pander to you or demean you by saying, well, I only see you as the color of your skin. I only see you as your gender. I'm putting you in this box. That's what he's doing. He's doing the opposite of what Biden has been doing, which that's why I think at Morehouse College, for example, Biden was not well received. He's telling college graduates who worked hard, a group of young men, it's an all-male college, and he's basically saying, you're going to be hired as a DEI hire, and you're going to have to work 50 times harder than anybody else because you're black. All he talked about was, oh, you're black. I am an old white man who sees you as black. Trump's message is the opposite of that. Mm-hmm. He's the inclusive guy who's saying, let's all work together, vote for me, and we want to do this together to make America great again. It's an inclusive message. It's fantastic.
You talk about the price of a burger and now it being a luxury item. Sean, I'm not sure if you've ever gone to Whataburger down in Nashville, but I know up here yesterday, God's honest truth, I was dying for a burger, and I stopped at the Shake Shack right by the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
That's how much did you spend?
That's the point of this. I spent $14.39 on a single burger, not a double patty, a single plus fries. $15, Sean. I didn't get a drink. A single burger. It was delicious. The fries, $15. That's what we're talking about with inflation here.
Yeah, and remember last year, I think on 4th of July, I think the Biden administration was like, good news, prices are down 87 cents or something like that. Like, oh, I can't wait to spend that stimulus money. I'm going to go buy some Bitcoin with that money right there, man. We're going to go crazy.
Yep.
This is this and this is what they're doing, right? So Trump is being the inclusive guy, like Dawn said. I like that she said that, because back in 2020, there was the Black Lives Matter riots, and I was saying, listen, yes, Black Lives Matter, because all lives matter. That's literally the least racist or exclusive thing that you could say. Everybody matters. Everybody matters the same. That's equality, right? You have Trump now basically saying, look, it doesn't matter what you look like, what profession you're in, what state you're from. Were things better 5 years ago? The only people right now who are better off under Joe Biden are illegal aliens. That's it. There's nobody else who is better off under Joe except people who shouldn't be here, right? They shouldn't be here. And now you look at what they're doing. Axios actually put out a post. The Guardian wrote an article. Brian Stelter, remember him? Humpty Dumpty. He did a
fact checker.
He fell off the wall and he broke. Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall. It was terrible, and all the king's horses and all the king's men, they didn't even want to put them back together. I can tell you that. So you look at him. All these people are saying, well, if you think the United States is in a recession, you're not right, or if you think things are more expensive, you're wrong. What do you mean we're wrong? I go to the supermarket. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, anybody else who's listening goes to the gas pump. They go to the supermarket. They buy things. And the things that they're buying now are more expensive. A lot. We're not talking a little bit. We're talking very much so. More expensive. You're swiping on the self-checkout. All of a sudden you get through. You're like, I remember 5 years ago, this $85 order was a $55 order, but I didn't buy $30 more worth of goods here at the supermarket. What is going on? It hurts. We're all feeling it. So for the left to kind of just poo-poo that and say, well, you don't really understand this whole situation. Again, stop calling voters stupid. MSNBC did this with Virginia. Well, they border West Virginia. So that's why they think immigration is the top issue, because there's all those Trump supporters there. Hochul with the computer comment, the clown comment, Hillary with the deplorables comment, Joe Biden with the dregs of society, Peter Strzok. All they just love insulting voters. Stop doing that. Although if you're a Democrat, keep doing that, because I want to beat you guys at the ballot box. But it's just asinine, their campaign strategy.
No question. We continue here, a little variation of the cut sheet we are calling the rally recap. You mentioned Kathy Hochul. Let's get to the New York governor. Democrat Kathy Hochul says President Trump's New York supporters are clowns. Clip 2, boys.
Well, I'll tell you, it won't make a difference at all, Jake, and that is for Donald Trump to be the ringleader and invite all his clowns to a place like the Bronx. New York will never, ever support Donald Trump for president. We know him better than anyone, and that means we understand what he's all about is just for himself. So this state will go solidly behind Joe Biden for president, as it has in the past. So he wants to spend his time doing these made-up fake rallies and pretending their support here. Be my guest, because while you're doing that, Donald Trump, Joe Biden's out there on the other side, making sure he's delivering for all Americans. And so go ahead, spend all your time you want in New York, because we'll be with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden's out there winning over the rest of the battleground states.
Amazing that a lady who said just about 2 weeks ago, 10 days ago, that young minorities in New York don't know what a computer is. That's a clown comment to make. If a Republican would have made that statement, it would have been the start of World War V. It would have been the most racist thing. It'd be DEFCON 1. I mean, give me a break with that. And look, at the end of the day, if I had to bet a sizable amount of money that means something to me, which in this economy means $4, I would probably wager that Joe Biden will still win New York. But don't say it's fake. Don't say the support for Trump in New York is fake. Those 30,000 people there last night were not fake. And I still think it upsets Democrats, Dawn, when you see people like rappers or people of Latino descent or black people in the Bronx or minorities in Harlem or in any stronghold that is deep, deep blue, where they show up and they support the guy that, quote, they're not supposed to support. That really triggers them, and I think it triggers her last night, which is why she's using the word clown again on CNN.
Yeah, it's so true.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I'm distracted because I'm calling out somebody from a lesser station is on our YouTube chat. I'm so sorry. And I had to if it's really him. No, I guy sent my love, but
That's not him. They do this all the time.
I know, but I had to.
Message?
I'm like,
do we have to call them names?
Yes.
Do we have to do something?
Yeah,
Do we
Mr.
have to do a
President,
lesser station?
could you
They
handle
don't
this,
have as
Mr.
good
President?
of-
Go right ahead.
Yes, because here's what's going on. You're in the YouTube comments because you're probably not getting the ratings that we're getting, and so you have probably no job at this point because nobody's listening to you, but they're listening to us, and we're doing very well. Thank you very much for watching. We love having you as a supporter. I think you're a supporter.
Sean, I know you've been in Nashville for a while now, but you used to live in Long Island. Your thoughts on the New York governor with those comments?
Oh man, this woman, first of all, let's make a law today. No more people leading executive branches of anything. I don't care if it's government or your HOA. No more people from Buffalo in power. That's it. We're done. Okay. Kathy Hochul is so out of touch. Talk about somebody who continues to insult voters. This is a woman right now. I remember during the campaign, by the way, she wants to call people clowns. She posted a picture of herself grilling in an all-white dress. Now, if anybody here has ever used a grill, you don't grill in white, okay? Because it generally gets all over you. And she was holding hamburgers on the spatula that weren't cooked. I'm like, she's going to kill people with what she's cooking on this grill. This woman has made a living, a career of just insulting people. She did this when Zeldin was running. She said, "Oh well, if you're a Republican, you're not a New Yorker." Okay, well, I see ya. You don't have to tell me to leave because I'm not going to give my tax money to you. The bucktooth bandit up there in Albany, Kathy Hochul, coming out of Buffalo, born sideways. You see people from
I like
people
that.
online are like, "Oh no,"
Bandit.
I say. People, yeah, she's a bucktooth bandit. People from Buffalo, I say all the time because I'm a Jets fan. It's a Jets-Bills thing. Some people on Twitter were offended, like, "Oh no, Western New York is super cool." I have no problem with it. This is me being, a sports guy. If you're from Buffalo, 95% chance you were born sideways. You're supposed to come out north-south. Kathy Hochul and a lot of these Bills fans came out east-west, right? So they came out, and that's why they light themselves on fire and throw themselves through tables. Because what else is there to do in Buffalo?
Yep.
Kathy Hochul, except Duff's and Bocce Pizza, that's in Buffalo. Those are great spots. But Kathy Hochul has made a living. She has made a complete and total, it's like this is her brand, to just get out in front of a camera and insult people. Black people don't know what computers are. Excuse me. I'm offended and I'm not even black.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is unbelievable.
Yep.
And here's Jake Tapper like, "Oh yeah, just call your supporters, call your constituents clowns." Great idea, Kathy. What are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how far this is going to go. But this is just par for the course for Kathy Hochul.
Do you think Kathy Hochul sprays ketchup and mustard all over herself the way that all the other Bills fans do?
No, I think she does. I think she does everything. I would love to see her light herself on fire and jump through a table. Go ahead, do it. Let's see what happens. All right? Let's see what happens. Hopefully she's okay after it, but she's not,
Yeah.
You know what you're doing.
She reminds me of, you think of back in the day. Remember Elizabeth Warren? I almost said Warden. Elizabeth Warren.
I call her Pocahontas.
You're right,
Pocahontas.
And thank you, Mr. President. And she was trying to shoot an ad back when she was still running for president against Biden before they made that deal. And she was in the kitchen where she's clearly never in the kitchen, much like Kathy Hochul clearly has never grilled in her life. And remember that? And Elizabeth Warren says, "Oh, come over and hand me a beer." And we played that clip, you know what I mean? The audio. It's the same. It's just inauthentic. They're pandering.
Fake.
They're trying to say, "Oh, I know how to cook," or "I'm just having a beer in the kitchen with my husband."
Yep, grilling or cutting the grass or chopping down trees. I'll take Dawn in all of those activities over Kathy Hochul. All right, 855-839-1210. We're going to continue with more of the rally recap cut sheet on the other side. I've got at least 7 or 8 more clips that we will get through. We'll squeeze in a big 3 in between as well. Hour number 3 is technically underway, but we'll get it going when we come back. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210. And we appreciate the hater in the YouTube chat as well. We're very inclusive here. Back after this.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
You may be ready for retirement, but is your money? Learn how to make your money work overtime. Tune in to The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Water quality continues to be in topic. Ensure your family is drinking clean, pure water with the Kinetico water system from Martin Water Conditioning. The Kinetico system improves all the impurities from your water. What comes out of the tap? Crystal clear, all natural, delicious water. Put the Martin Water Conditioning family's passion for water to work for you. Do what I did. Contact Martin Water Conditioning. Visit martinwater.com. martinwater.com. Be sure to tell them Dom sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing: help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
No shade necessary. All fans will receive a pair of London 2024 sunglasses presented by SEI on Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils host the Brewers. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Fun is always brewing when Milwaukee comes to Philly. See for yourself on Monday, June 3rd and Tuesday, June 4th, both at 6:40 and Wednesday, June 5th at 4:05 when the Phils take on the Brewers. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The Angie's List you know and trust is now Angie, and we're so much more than just a list. We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews, but now we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service instantly. We can even handle the rest of your project from start to finish. So remember, Angie's List is now Angie, and we're here to get your job done right. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
Have you questioned your doctor about symptoms like low energy, digestive issues, brain fog, joint pain, just not feeling right, just something is off, and you're only left settling for unanswered questions, or worse, being told it's just because you're getting older? You don't have to settle for unanswered questions any longer. With Younger Me MD's exclusive VIP membership program, aging doesn't have to make you feel older. Their proven 3-step process and functional medicine approach helps you discover the underlying causes of your issues. As a member, you get access to high-level personalized treatment plans, as well as discounts on treatments and supplements. If you're ready to live the life you deserve, it's time to learn about Younger Me MD's VIP membership program. Call 445-266-4024. 445-266-4024. That's 445-266-4024. And schedule your consultation with Younger Me MD.
The odds of winning the lottery are 1 in 302 million. Here's a better bet. Turn to work money. We're a nonprofit here to help keep more money in your pocket. Start saving now at workmoney.org.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company as we continue 8:07 Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. You can watch us live on YouTube if you would like to see some of the clips that we continue playing here this morning from Trump's rally last night in the Bronx. It's our rally recap. Dawn's Big Three coming up in just about 15 minutes. But as we continue, let's get to Trump last night. As we were talking just before the break, too, and I think we mentioned this a little bit in the first hour, where we are right now globally not respected. All of these, foreign dictators and global leaders from Putin to Xi to Kim Jong-un to the Middle East debacle to Iran, things like that. Everybody knows that Joe Biden projects weakness. He's a very fragile man, not only because he falls up and down steps and trips over sandbags, but also the way he withdrew from Afghanistan, which I think really opened up the floodgates. Everybody's like, boy, you know what? If we're going to make a move on one of our foreign adversaries, now is the time to do it because Trump is gone and you know who is in the White House. Here was Trump last night in the Bronx talking about being the only president in 78 years that did not start a war. Listen and watch this.
Hillary Clinton used to point at me, he will create wars. No. They said his personality will create wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars. And I was right. First president in 78 years that didn't start a war. We had no wars. None of these stupid wars. Such a shame. When you see all the people that died of these horrible wars in the Middle East and everything else, countries didn't want us, dropping bombs all over the place. Spent $9 trillion in the Middle East. We bombed the hell out of the place, then we leave. In the old days, to the victor belong the spoils. We don't do that. We bomb the hell out of everyone, then we come back home. It's so sick. It's so sick and so stupid. These people that led us are so stupid. You want to use that as a last resort. You can solve these problems with a meeting or with a telephone call. You don't have to drop billions of dollars worth of bombs on people's heads. You don't.
It's remarkable, Don. You always talk about peace and prosperity. Donald Trump says peace through strength. And the young generation, if you're going to vote for Biden, this is what you're going to end up being in. God forbid a draft ever comes back because we can't hit their recruitment numbers. Right now, the Republicans, especially the new guard today, the MAGA Republicans, they're sick of wars. We're done with the Lindsey Grahams and the Nikki Haleys and the military-industrial complex. And that's one of the reasons why the establishment, I think, hates them. Because Donald Trump knows wars are big business and he's not risking lives over it.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
No, I thought it was an incredible rally last night. I think it was a great look for Trump last night. And I think that it may very well be a turning point for not only Trump as he is seen and the nation is seeing this. This is going viral.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same point, my fear is, and Sean, Sean, forgive me. You said earlier this morning, you said like something to the effect of, like don't screw it up, keep this momentum going. Yeah. But my right, but my fear is that the Democrats, they always get it together. They always and they will cut each other's throats. They will do anything to win. So they're looking at all of this, right? And I think that is why they're having that early debate. Because they want to see how bad it's going to be. Look at yesterday, that horrible, I know we'll get to it, that news conference with the president of Kenya, and it was like, oh my goodness, they want to see in June, in this POTUS debate between Trump and Biden, how bad it's going to be. I swear to you, they're looking at all of this, and they very well, late summer, you think of August, DNC, and they bring out their new platform. Boom. And that's my fear, that this is so good, and it's going so well, and it's so inclusive. I just fear what the Democrats are doing because, they always meet. Joe Biden's going to be here next Wednesday again.
Shocking.
They always meet here. Do you notice that? Remember Nancy Pelosi? She would come. So this is my fear.
Yep.
Yeah, I think with the convention, just on that point, if the Democrats do actually take Biden out, and I think that is the purpose of the June 27th debate, is to basically see how bad it is. And did you hear that Joe Biden is requesting to debate sitting at a table?
Yeah, Trump rejected that.
What are we doing? So the Democrat Party told us 4 years ago that Joe is vibrant and he's sharp and he's got it all together. And yet he's requesting to sit at a table for the debate. That's never happened before. Why are we doing that? Like, what is the because he can't stand? Is that the issue? By the way, I want Trump on stage. He's not going to do this. And he probably shouldn't. But for comedy, I want him to, at some point during the debate, just go, "Do you smell something? Joe, what did you do? Did you do that?" That's what I would do. But
what did you do?
You go back to but tooting with Putin, that he toots a lot. It's terrible. Like Eric Swalwell too. I call him his flatulence. Terrible guy. You have these comments that he made yesterday. I love it, right? I always make this comparison. I actually talked to Congressman Louis Gohmert about this last year. I said, because he's from Texas, I said, Nolan Ryan, effectively wild, right? You don't crowd the plate against the guy throwing 100 miles an hour who can't locate the pitch because you don't want to get hit by the pitch. No one wants to get hit with a 100+ mile an hour fastball. Well, Donald Trump was effectively wild. I mean, he wasn't reckless, but he was very, very open and outspoken about his comments. He called Kim Jong-un short and fat on Twitter, and then Kim Jong-un didn't launch rockets anymore. I got along very well with Xi Jinping. I happen to call him Winnie the Pooh. It's a great thing. I got along well with Putin. I got along well with a lot of people, but he was very open about his, what America's interests were and that we weren't moving from that. Nobody took any action against Donald Trump because they couldn't predict what his behavior was going to be. Even Vladimir Putin, as recent as 2024, came out and said that he prefers Joe Biden to be reelected because he is weak and more predictable. Okay, so if your leader is more predictable, take it again from me. We'll go back to sports. I'm a fan of the New York Jets. I remember when we had this horrible person, I hate saying his name, as our offensive coordinator, Brian Schottenheimer. It was run, pass, punt. Every single time. Every 3rd and 12. Draw play. Like, we knew it was coming. You're not outsmarting anybody. So Joe Biden's doing the same thing. If Hamas launches rockets into Israel, the reaction is going to be, well, we don't like that, man, and we stand with Israel, but they can't go into Rafah and defend themselves. Like, this is every single time. So peace through strength is real. Donald Trump was the only president in the last 78 years not to initiate any new conflicts. And we had people getting along. Imagine that. After they pointed fingers at him, saying, "Oh, he's going to cause World War III," he said he's got a bigger button than Kim Jong-un. He does have a bigger button than Kim Jong-un, and it does work. I mean, this is how it is. And these people lost their minds over that. Like, they lost their minds over the fact that he kept people safe.
Yeah.
And I think if they switch him out at the convention, right? Just look at it's going to look really bad for the Democrats who told us Joe Biden's the guy. Now, all of a sudden, he's not the guy. I think if he gets switched out at the convention, Trump wins 40 states. I think so.
All right, let's get to one last one, and then we'll take a break and get to Dawn's Big Three on the other side. We still have more cuts to get to. We'll probably roll with these clips probably for another half hour after this one. But this is clip number 7. CNN in the Bronx last night, bewildered and stunned over just how big the crowd was in a blue what do they call it? The Bronx. Is it a county, a precinct, a district?
Borough.
Yeah, the 5 boroughs, correct. Here is CNN's reaction to what played out live on television last night. Take a listen and watch this.
What was the crowd like, and what kind of response did he get?
Well,
Well, certainly a bigger crowd than I think Democrats would like to see, particularly given this is one of the bluest counties in the entire country. Now, one of the things that was interesting to me is that the Trump campaign said that they were going to micro-target to get people from the community to come to this rally. I wasn't sure what to expect. I've gone to a lot of these rallies across the country, and there are often people who travel hundreds of miles to see Donald Trump, and they're not necessarily part of the community. However, one of the things that I found was that there were a lot of people here that were actually from the Bronx.
You know, I always love how they're just always trying to portray to their audience whatever is left of it. 83,000 viewers on a weekly basis in primetime. Kayal Company's got a bigger audience than that. You know, it's like, well, were they like sleeping in a cave or living under a rock or on another planet just a handful of days ago when there were somewhere between 80 and 107,000 people in New Jersey? Do they not realize that when AOC shows up, there's 13 people? Do they not realize that when Joe shows up, there's 12 people, 6 of which are part of his staff and campaign? I mean, everywhere Trump goes, doesn't matter if it's a red state, a blue state, a swing state, a blue county, a red county, it doesn't matter. He shows out. It's a massive following, and they still just, they either don't want to admit it or they live in such an insulated bubble that they don't think that he has a base beyond the 74 million that have voted for him just 4 years ago. And then the best part of that clip right there is seeing all the people in the background dancing and trying to, mess with the reporter. And then you see, ghostly face Anderson Cooper, who looks like he just donated 8 hours at a blood bank. And he's just like,
I know.
I mean, he looks like he's had the life sapped out of him, for God's sakes.
Talk about white privilege, by the way. A Vanderbilt.
Yes.
Talk about white privilege.
Yeah.
Trump always plays YMCA, too. Like every single rally, I hear it.
Look at
No, but you're right. Nobody talks about the fact that he's Gloria Vanderbilt's son, grew up in extreme wealth, right? And the fact that there's so much energy behind them and people partying and having fun. And it's like, well, what is the reaction there? Is it, like they're so sourpussy, right? It's
Democrats
like,
can't be happy about this and probably are a little shocked.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be happy about it. They shouldn't. But why is CNN acting surprised? You just mentioned, Nick, 33-year low in their primetime ratings.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That obviously didn't happen when Donald Trump was the president. Why? Because people go where Donald Trump goes. CNN knows better than anybody. When he had that little town hall with Caitlin Collins, and then it got great ratings.
Mm-hmm.
People follow. You shouldn't be shocked. Your own network benefits from the guy. CNN's going to endorse Donald Trump soon. They have to. It's the only thing that's going to keep him alive. It's the only thing that'll keep the New York Times will do it too. It's the only thing that'll keep him. The only reason why I will watch CNN is to watch how they're reacting to Donald Trump, or if Donald Trump is on the network for any reason. I'm not watching it other than that. I'm not watching it at all. I'll see clips on social media. I'm not watching it. Where Trump goes, people go, period.
Yep, well said. 855-839-1210 if you have a comment to make on the rally last night. We'll come back, get to Dawn's Big Three, and then we'll put a bow on the other side of the 8 o'clock hour with more clips, as I've got some clips of rappers on stage with Donald Trump, Bronx voters speaking about Trump's visit, and a handful of other clips that we will get to as well. As we continue, it's Kayal Company live here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
I learned patience from my adoptive dad. All he had to say was,
"Hey, you got this. Just breathe." Hey, we're pretty good.
Yeah.
Might have to start a band.
I got it.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org to find out more. This message is brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Do you have a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more that you don't need? Well, don't lapse or surrender your policy. You might be sitting on a gold mine. That's right. You may be able to sell all or part of your life insurance policy to Coventry for cash, or a combination of cash and coverage with no future premiums, even a term policy. Call Coventry Direct at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of people sell their policies, and we can probably help you too. Call us today at 800-411-8300 or visit coventrydirect.com to find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. That's 800-411-8300. Call now.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we have absolutely incredible offers and a plethora of both new and certified Volvos from which to choose. We are eager to offer amazingly competitive prices, plus an additional $1,000 Costco discount on all new Cherry Hill Volvos. When leasing or purchasing a new or certified Cherry Hill Volvo, you become a valued part of our team. Join Cherry Hill Volvo for the pricing and attention you deserve. I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navien's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Ethan is in New Jersey. He wants to talk about the protesters at Drexel.
It's very easy for people to say free Palestine or from the river to the sea or whatever they're saying. Scariest thing for me is that a lot of these people don't know what they're talking about.
Ethan, we appreciate the call. Thank you very much, buddy. How about that? Well, not too often we get high school graduates 18 years old calling into the show. I think that's another demo we're kicking ass in.
By the way, guys, another good month.
Yeah, I know.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Got 7 women on my mind. 4 that wanna own me, 2 that wanna stone me, 1 says she's a friend of mine.
825, Kayal and Company, Friday morning, rolling into a Memorial Day weekend. Hopefully all of you having a great start to what might be your last work day of the week, or maybe the early start if you've already made the venture down to the shore. I've got to imagine traffic, probably a nightmare heading in that direction. Probably was a nightmare yesterday if you started to work your way down yesterday. We'll continue with some of the cuts from the rally last night and also a couple of other clips. Got a great one from Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Also, Judge Judy going off on woke prosecutors that failed to do their job. And then also, speaking of judges, remember Judge Joe Brown when he had that TV show when all those judge shows were popular in the 90s and the 2000s? He says that Donald Trump as a racist is fake news, and he's got some proof behind that. So we'll get to that coming up in just a little bit. But let's get to some of the news here at 8:26. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Number 1, quality detective work. helping to bust a big tourism burglary ring, because that's what it's called, tourism burglary, targeting the Philadelphia suburbs, mainline, New Jersey burbs, and beyond. Police announcing charges against a group of men who struck in Bryn Mawr, Villanova, Newtown Square, Plymouth Township, Upper Makefield. Police also Tredyffrin Township, Easttown Township, Williston Township, across our region. Did I say Gladwin? They are identified as individuals, and I had to look this up. Where are they from? So, number one, 25-year-old Claudio Fuentes Soto of Chile.
It's just a migrant shopping spree, Dawn. That's what we call it these
They're
days.
tourists.
Right.
They're tourist people.
Yeah, they're just touring your home and taking your products.
Yeah.
So they
in search of a better life.
Yeah. They're hardworking. I will say that they tracked these guys, and they're all from Chile, Argentina. Let's see, where was the other one? Peru. So all of these individuals reportedly came here illegally. We should have I wish we had a law that in the documentation they would say whether or not an individual charged is a citizen, because we don't have that, and you won't hear this reported in so-called mainstream media.
Of course not.
Whether or not individuals are citizens or non-citizens.
Well, we also saw yesterday on the cut sheet when we played the clip of Bill Maloogian down at the border for Fox, where people, as soon as they come across the border, they're ditching their IDs and any type of identification or documents or paperwork to hide exactly who they are and what their real identity is. If you've done nothing wrong, why are you trying to one up the other people?
Well, and a lot of the individuals told Bill Maloogian on Fox they're coming here for work. These guys came here for work, too. They're working hard.
Yeah.
I mean, they're across Ohio, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Maryland, New York, California, Florida, the same burglary ring.
They're like Harry and Marv in Home Alone. They're the sticky bandits. Yeah, it says S-T-I.
Yes. So now they are under arrest. There's one guy, and I'm trying to look all of this up there. Most of them are being held in the Montgomery County Correctional Facility there. I don't know at this point, will ICE be notified? Because remember, our region, we are a sanctuary. Montco, Chesco, Delco are all sanctuary counties and municipalities. So I don't know on this situation, will ICE be notified?
No.
I don't have the answer.
And you said they're being detained at Montgomery County?
Yes.
I'll swing by and say hello on my way home today.
Yeah, Plymouth Township was another spot of a burglary, by the way.
Yeah.
We have another story, number 2, about this battalion chief. Philadelphia Fire Department worked for the city of Philadelphia, serving as a firefighter nearly 3 decades. And this 28-year veteran is suing the city of Philadelphia as well as other entities for alleged bias, anti-transgender bias. So for the majority of the 28 years that this battalion chief served, this individual served as a biological man, but now is making the transition and is now suing, saying that they're denying coverage for facial feminization surgery. Identified as 55-year-old Jane Doe.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course.
Filed this federal lawsuit. The case has been going through the courts, and it's in the courtroom of a name you'll remember, Judge Wendy Beetlestone. Remember this name, an Obama appointee during COVID. Remember her? Was the one who kept the kids and all those mandates and so on. But
another power-hungry psycho.
Well, this is the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, but a jury trial has now been requested. So this is essentially Independence Blue Cross has been fighting this, saying we're not going to cover this, and thinking this would be think about if everybody started suing for this. You're talking about big bucks.
Yeah, I can't get 2 dental cleanings covered a year under insurance, and this person wants to have the insurance companies covering, and now claiming bias and hatred against them. No,
it's unbelievable.
So
that's unbelievable.
Jane Doe says that because Jane Doe is suffering with gender dysphoria, that what helps cure it is a nose job, brow reduction, facial dermabrasion, which is like a facial where they help like smooth out your skin, And these are all procedures that Jane Doe argues are medically necessary to alleviate Jane Doe's gender dysphoria.
Dawn, I don't go to the barber shop anymore because it's too expensive, and I shave my head, so it's cheaper. So I bought the stuff from the Sally's Beauty Supply to do my own beard, and I do my eyebrows from time to time. The caterpillars, they get a little thick, so I give the caterpillars a little reduction with a 2-guard. If the insurance doesn't cover it, tell Jane Doe I'll come over with my trimmers and I'll take care of the brows for her.
What if
I'm not so sure you want to do that?
Yeah, because Jane Doe might want more trimmed.
Yeah.
And you might not want to go there.
That's right.
Nick Kale Salon,
This is why I like Peru, by the way, because Peru has just recently come out and said Jane Doe is mentally ill, because it's the truth. It is. I hate to say it. It's not that I'm intolerant. If you don't know kind of what you are based on how you were born and you're playing this game of kind of dress up, you're crazy.
Yeah,
That's it.
I've been saying it for a while. I think we have a major mental health crisis in this country. No doubt about it.
It's a huge problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, the Independence Blue Cross did issue this long statement, and in part, they're saying they can't comment on the legislation that continues to be pending. Philadelphia has won so far in the courts, but Jane Doe is suing for, I believe, $150,000. But as far as Independence Blue Cross, they say our recently updated policies for gender-affirming care also take into consideration the standards published by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. Essentially, what the city is saying is that this opens up a real slippery slope, if you will, because if this individual deserves this, then what about biological males and females who say, well, I need a facial? What about the biological females on our fire department who've served? Maybe they had a big baby.
Yeah.
And you're a biological female firefighter, and you can say, you know what, not for nothing, but I need vagina rejuvenation. You should pay for it because that's going to make me feel better.
Yeah. Yeah.
What about that?
Yeah. If you need, you know what? Here's a tip. If you need a facial, hand and stone massage and Bluebell, they'll charge you about $55. They go get your facial.
There you have it. President Joe Biden, as I say, will be back campaigning in Philadelphia, by the way, next Wednesday. I wanted to put that in there. Finally, now viral TikTok video, Josh Maliam, he's 37 years old, and he announced that his sons, Brooklyn, who's 14, Colton, who's 11, Asher, who's 8, and daughter Valen, who's 6, that he has a cool trick. He's a Texas dad who's he has this fajita platter. And then he takes a tortilla, kind of sprinkles it with some shredded cheese. And, because when you get it served like that with the fajitas and you put it together, and he says that now he takes a bite, gives a thumb up, says, oh, this is good. And then the kids are like, come on, Dad, I'm hungry. And he's like, well, I'm saving money. I'm slowing down. Anyway, some are saying that this is cruel. This is, It's making the rounds here, though. But he's a dad who's trying to order one platter and then share it with all the kids.
Well, you have to with Bidenomics. Absolutely. This is actually a perfect spot, I think, to bring in the former president of the United States and have him recite his oh, my God, I'm drawing a blank, Cinco de Mayo song from a few weeks ago, if he wanted to
well, it was
tee it up.
We talked about it. We did the translation. And Sleepy Jose Caca en frente del Papa, we said that means Crooked Joe pooped in front of the Pope, but we have a hard time. We have a very hard time watching these people. You're paying so much for food, and Chris Christie's probably not even voting for Biden now because food is so expensive. You look at Stacey Abrams, I call her the beast of the Southeast, and she has a gap between her teeth so wide Harrison Butker could kick a field goal through it. And we love Harrison; he's a tremendous guy. But you look at what's happening. And it is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It never would have happened if I was your president. That much I could tell you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. By the way, the dad, it's kind of a brilliant strategy to order the one fajita platter and then just for $2.50, order all the extra tortillas and the cheese.
Yeah.
That's what he was doing to point out, they can't afford everybody ordering.
I will say this. If you go to some of the really good, authentic mom and pop type Mexican restaurants, you will still get a massive serving, a massive portion. And Sean, you're down in the Nashville area. Take my suggestion on this. Go down. You know where Nolensville Pike is?
Yes.
Go to El Sombrero on Nolensville Pike. For $15, you will eat like a king if you want real quality. I'm not talking Chipotle. I'm talking about authentic. You got to
Nice.
check it out.
Well, we're
Look at
going.
me,
That's
look at me
it.
giving
Sign me up.
Nashville restaurant endorsements on the radio. I'm going to get sued for that one.
Speaking of the king, we got to ask Sean about Graceland going into foreclosure. I know they averted that, but who would win the lottery? I'd buy Graceland.
Stalker's doing backflips.
Yeah, Greg
right
would
now.
never.
I heard about that. I'm not so sure what happened there. You know, some of the FBI is investigating now, which obviously that's going to be blamed on white supremacy. So we'll see what happens. But I heard about that. That was bizarre, and hopefully that gets sorted out. It sounds like the daughter or the granddaughter was very upset about it. So hopefully it gets sorted out.
Yes.
Yeah, it's true. We are sponsored by Holland Floor Covering, is the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for more than 50 years now, providing exceptional service, professional installation. Just visit either of their 2 showrooms, either in Wayne or Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more, hollandfloor.com. Holland Floor Covering, thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. As we continue here, about 10 more minutes, and we'll put a bow on our rally recap cut sheet on a Friday morning. Well, I guess we'll call this cut sheet 3.0. Let's go back to number 4, if we could, Phil and Anthony. This is the rally last night in the Bronx for Donald J. Trump as he calls up 2 rappers on stage, and social media, especially those on the left, had an epic meltdown. Listen and watch this clip.
Here as well as rapper Chef G. Does everybody know Chef? Where is Chef G? Where is he? Come on up, fellas. Rapper Sleepy Hollow. Come on up here, fellas. How are you, man? Hey. Oh, I like that. I want to get that done.
He wants a grill.
One thing I want to say. One thing I want to say. They always gonna whisper your accomplishments and shout your failures. Trump gonna shout the wins for all of us. Make America great again.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. That's what I like, those teeth. I want to find out where you did. I got to get my teeth like that. I want that to happen to me.
CNN and Kathy Hochul will have an epic meltdown if Trump gets one of those grills that rappers put on their teeth with the platinum implants.
Oh, that seals the win if he does that. Yeah.
That would seal it for sure.
24-karat gold. It's going to be the same gold that we used on my toilet seat. We're going to use it on my teeth. You know, I have a golden throne at Mar-a-Lago. Everybody knows about it. We're going to have I already have the whitest and brightest teeth. Now we're going to have the shiniest and most valuable teeth. These are beautiful teeth. Nobody's ever seen teeth like that before. And Kathy Hochul should get 2 for the buck ones. You know, you can get the 2 teeth. It would be beautiful for her. But I would look a lot better.
Beautiful, man. We could hook Kathy Hochul up with either Veneria or Bentz or some of the great dentists that we have here on 1210 WPHT. You know, when you look at the numbers, 2016, Trump got 6% of the black vote. You go to 2020, he doubled that. He got 12% of the black vote. He is polling somewhere between 20 and 25%. If you look at a lot of the different polls and indicators across the board, we know the polls have been wrong a lot in the past. He's definitely going to be north of 12%. Stocker thinks it's probably more around 15%. I do think it's probably about 20, 22%, but that's sizable. And, you know, Biden's still going to carry the black vote. But at the end of the day, if you go from 12% to 20% or 22%, that could very well be the difference, not in you winning New York, but in you winning Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, whatever that extrapolates out to be raw vote total, especially in some of these states like Georgia or Arizona, where Trump lost by 10 or 11,000 votes. This could be what swings the election for Donald Trump. And I think that's why strategically it is sound, not to say that you're going to win New York, but to show up and go to the Bronx and show that you're not forgotten about. And that could very well have an impact across the nation as people see these clips.
Yeah, it's a show of strength by going to the Bronx and showing a group of diverse people. You know, the left says diversity is our strength, and then there's no diversity of thought, and it's a complete mess. I can't wait until we hear about the two gentlemen you just played on the clip. The left is going to use the T word to talk about them, token, right? They're going to call them, oh, that's just Donald Trump. Those are his token black supporters. They do this all the time, as if, Tim Scott they called him Uncle Tom. These are not nice things to call people. And they do this every time a minority individual or group or whomever it may be supports a Republican candidate. It doesn't have to be Trump. Right? They did it to they did it to Tim Scott. They did it to Ben Carson. They'll continue to do this every single time they see it. It's almost like it sounds harsh, but this is them cracking the whip, so to speak, on the political plantation. Don't you dare step out of line or you're going to face the consequences. Well, what could possibly be worse than what communities have devolved into now? You got drugs, you have crime, you have a housing cost crisis. It's disgusting. Nothing is getting done. Nothing has been built. Nothing is back. Nothing is better. Joe Biden failing on all of his promises. So what consequences if you're a Black American or a Latino, which remember when they called them Latinxes for a while? That didn't work out too well. Turns out they didn't like that. Or you're an Asian or you're a Jew. What consequences are worse than what you're living through right now? Nothing. Well, how could you go? You can't go backwards. This is going to be perfect. You vote for Trump, things get better.
And they do it to Latinos as well. And it's not even a Trump thing. I mean, just traditionally, you have a lot of Latino people, a lot of Hispanic people that are faith-based, that are conservative in their upbringing. They're religious, they value family, and they come to this country. And the left says, well, if you're not going to vote Democrat, we'll smear you as well. So to your point, Black, Hispanic, Asian, Jewish, if you're not lining up to be a D, all of a sudden then you get these ridiculous labels because you nailed it. They want diversity in appearance. They just don't want diversity in thought. Everybody has to look differently, sleep with different people, whatever you do, but we all have to think like it's a one-way street. And that's not what America's about. So let's get to another one. Here's a Bronx voter. This is clip 5, boys. A Bronx voter last night on Trump's visit to the Bronx. Take a listen and watch this clip.
What are you here for? I'm here to watch the Trump gathering rally here. What do you think about him being here? I think it's great. I think it's dope. From my generation, from what I know, this is the first time president has actually came to the hood. I know presidents have came to the Bronx before, but we're talking about Woodlawn, Riverdale. He has came to Morrisania, South Bronx, the hood. So I respect that.
It's amazing is you've seen a lot of clips in the last week where The View is trying to bring on influential media figures that are African-American. Charlemagne the God and Joy Behar and Sonny Hostin are saying, you need to come out and endorse Joe. You can't allow Donald Trump back in the White House. And Charlemagne the God was saying basically he thinks both candidates are trash, but he's not going to vote for and endorse Joe Biden. This is, I think, the level of desperation as we approach Memorial Day and just about 5 months out from the election, that the mainstream media is trying to find anybody with a massive presence on social media or in entertainment or Hollywood and come out and say, hey, we need to rally the troops. But I would say this as far as people that traditionally vote Democrat. What I'm tired of is the guys like Michael Rappaport who says voting for Trump is on the table and he's done with Joe Biden. Like, I'm tired of it's on the table. Just come out and say it. Don't be fearful of being canceled. Okay, you're not endorsing the Taliban. You're not endorsing, Osama bin Laden. You're endorsing the Republican candidate who, at the end of the day, you might not like him, but if you simply say I had more money in my pocket under Donald Trump, just come out and say that. Who in a capitalistic society that values capitalism will say it's wrong to vote for Trump because at the end of the day he made your bottom line better? I think they're really panicking right now, the Democrats.
As well they should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this is funny too, Charlemagne the God. Breaking news. He's not voting for Biden, so I guess that means he's not black anymore, right? According to Joe Biden.
What Joe says,
you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And that's the guy he said it to.
Yep.
That's the guy he said. I could not believe when I heard that. I was like, this is one of, and then Kathy Hochul one upped them and said that black people don't know what a computer is, which is now that's the most racist thing I've ever heard a Democrat say. But it is crazy to see them trotting out, these like you said, influential media figures to try and sway people, and they're even coming out saying, no, I'm not. How could a reasonable person come out and say, yeah, I think this Biden guy's doing a great job.
Yep.
You're not reasonable. You're crazy at that point.
These producers for The View or any of these mainstream media TV talk show hosts, they've got to be going through their Rolodex. Okay, we tried Charlemagne, maybe Dwayne The Rock Johnson, maybe Oprah's available, and they're just going to keep doing this because they sense it. They can, and maybe that is an indicator that the polls this time around are more accurate and reflective of what's really going to play out between September 16th, when early voting starts, through November 5th. Let's get one more in here. Let's go to number 8, boys. This is Trump talking about saving New York and saving America starts with getting rid of crooked Joe Biden. Clip number 8.
But all of this, saving New York and saving America, starts with telling crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in history, you're fired, like the apprentice. You're fired. Get out. You were terrible. You're destroying our country, Joe. Get out.
There he is, going into apprentice mode last night, which I absolutely love. By the way, telling somebody to get out, totally underrated phrase. I like to use that from time to time, especially around my kids. You know, when watching a football game, I just yell, get out, like Trump. But you know what? Trump can't fire him, but we can. The American people can. And it will be, I've said this in the past, I don't like mail-in ballots. I question a lot of this stuff integrity-wise. But until the system changes, it is what it is, unfortunately. And I hope that Republicans will take advantage and utilize all the tools that Democrats do, because we've talked about this in the past. If you show up just on Election Day, November 5th, you're starting out in a massive hole. Trump has thrown out the phrase, make it so too big to rig. You can throw out any phrase you want, but I just feel like my biggest concern is that not only do Republican politicians not learn from what led to failure in past elections and failed red waves, but that voting bases that vote Republican will not adjust their strategy. I just don't think you can use this. And this isn't any walk of life. When you come up short, you have to alter the playbook.
Yep.
Running the same playbook back does not work. And I don't think Biden's playbook of hiding in the basement for, an election season like he did in 2020 will work again. So it's all about evolving and adjusting your game plan. And hopefully people will adhere to that. But I have my doubts.
Well, just a quick note before we wrap here. I saw yesterday, between all of the coverage, there were plenty of voters there with mail-in ballot fill-out forms to try to just push that initiative, obviously. And we've had Scott Presler on, so similar to that. So I think a lot of people in the party are trying to start that, but, there's obviously pushback within the party too.
Yep.
So.
All right. We'll take a quick break, come back, put a bow on the third hour of the show, and then we'll have some fun as we always do on a fourth and final hour on a Friday. A surprising endorsement comes Donald Trump's way. And then also I want to get to some of the ridiculous hatred that we are seeing in this country for two people that did absolutely nothing wrong, one of which a person didn't even open their mouth. We're talking about the hate towards Caitlin Clark and Chiefs kicker Harrison Butker. Actually, I think Harrison Butker just did knock in an extra point right between the gap of the crossbar of Stacey Abrams' front teeth, as Sean Parrish just mentioned a few minutes ago. We'll come back and get to that as well. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Mazda. I've talked to you about the Acura and the Mercedes, but the Mazda is probably the best bang for your buck. I'm not sure there's a better value out there in a day and age where every dollar matters. Piazza Mazda in Westchester. Check out the new 2024 CX-30. This dynamic CX-30 offers 18 different trim levels, creating a perfect fit for every lifestyle. And when it comes to performance, iActive all-wheel technology is standard, and the available turbocharged engine packs a surprising punch. Safety features such as blind spot monitoring and lane keep assist LED to make sure that you are safe and secure. That's why the 2024 CX-30 has earned a 5-star overall safety rating. Visit Piazza Mazda in Westchester, Reading, or online, piazzamazda.com.
So many individuals, we want to thank you for your service as we think about Memorial Day. And my good friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation, by the way, they believe in hiring those veterans who have served our nation. And, Carrie and Bill, many of those members of AMC actually serve themselves. Maybe you're still trying to hold out, turning on the AC. Come on, it's inevitable. Hot weather is coming, and you got to do this now. Make sure your AC, your HVAC is good to go. AMC, they're great guys. I mean, just a wealth of experience and dedication to their field. True professionals who take pride in their work just as they take pride for being Americans. This same great crew has worked together for so many years. That's one of the testaments to the company, I believe. They do not earn commission. These are not salespeople. These are fix-it people. They're going to get it right for you. Call them now. If you're listening right now, you call them. You're going to receive a full 15% off your spring maintenance and 1 year of free maintenance with a replacement system. Call AMC today. Schedule that spring tune-up at an awesome discount. AMContheweb.com, AMContheweb.com, AMC. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/250. Ramp.com/250. ramp.com/250.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've told you over the years about Dr. Bentz and all the infrastructure he has there, but one thing that he does that you don't see in too many dental offices, with Dr. Bentz, my dentist, whether it's a routine visit or a comprehensive, multifaceted process, he and his team sit down with you, they create a clear plan, explain it step by step. You will see the Bentz difference with that. Contact BentzDentalGroup.com or call 610-272-6949.
We're kicking off the summer of 24 with a shore tradition. This afternoon, stop by the Frank S. Farley Plaza on the AC Expressway. Dom Giordano will broadcast live noon till 3. Great fun and giveaways, vintage cars, a petting zoo, and more. Plus, it's Free Toll Friday from 4 to 5 p.m. Chickies and Pete's, home of the world-famous crab fries, will pay your eastbound Egg Harbor toll. This afternoon, head down the shore with Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Eight o'clock hour winding down here on a Friday morning of Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stenzel, and Sean Farish. Sean is in for Stalker this morning, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Fourth and final hour coming up in just a couple of moments. We'll get to another Big Three with Dawn in about 25 minutes. Our morning mystery movie clip and cut sheet part, we'll call it part 4, coming up at about 9:30 this morning. We'll transition away. We had a lot of stuff on Trump today. We're going to get to more of this backlash and hatred, vilified, this venomous, hateful people like Sonny Hostin and Jamel Hill going after people like Caitlin Clark and Harrison Butker for no valid reason whatsoever. But I did want to play this last clip as we wrap up our Trump coverage for the morning. As Nick Adams is an author. He's with Outkick now. Outkick recently bought by Fox News. And he had an interview with what I believe is soon to be a Hall of Fame receiver, Antonio Brown, who's kind of gone off the deep end. I think he has CTE. He's a total maniac. He's not a great person by any stretch.
He's a psycho.
He's a psycho.
He's a nutcase, yeah.
Yeah, he's got some banged up brain cells for sure. But it seems like, at least politically, he's got his stuff together. And he had this to say, as he, unlike some others who just say, well, I'm not going to endorse Joe, Antonio Brown is endorsing Donald Trump. K2 boys, let's wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with this.
What is it about President Trump that appeals to you the most? What turns you on so much about Donald Trump?
I mean, Donald Trump don't turn me on. I'm a man.
You know what I mean.
I never met him. I got admiration for his business moves and study his dad, Fred Trump. I think Donald Trump is a good businessman and come from a good family and has been a good president. You know, he like black people running campaigns, preferably football players. So Donald Trump, you heard it right here from the mouth of AB, man. Inauguration, send me my bag or whatever.
Are we breaking some news here, AB? You're endorsing President Trump?
Yeah, I'll endorse Trump.
You're the man.
I think he done some great things for a lot of my brothers in the music industry in regards to Lil Wayne, Kodak. We hoping he could do some of those things for Young Thug. So Trump, man, if you're watching this, we need to free Young Thug if you could help out.
Trump obviously has pardoned guys in the past, and I'm telling you, the left hates to admit it, and they won't admit it, but there is a sizable portion of black people in this country, and, there's people in the hip-hop community that really like Trump as well. So Antonio Brown, never afraid to share his opinions. He's not going to dance around it. He says he will endorse Donald Trump. All right, we'll come back. Fourth and final hour is up next. Harrison Butker, Caitlin Clark. They didn't do anything wrong, but the left won't let it go. We're back after this here. Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
WPHT. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new Hot Spring and Caldera Hot Tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new Endless Pool Swim Spa, receive a free Aqua Bike and Exercise Kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot-tubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien High Efficiency Tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Shop with the experts. A 5-carat certified colorless tennis bracelet is just $1,650 at cleanorigin.com or their retail stores. Mention code radio10 for 10% off. That's cleanorgin.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-688-6641. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-688-6641. That's 800-688-6641.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free. Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Mayor Sherelle Parker issuing this mandate.
All city employees to return full-time to working in the office.
You know, she could have just summed it up by saying, we're paying you. Get your keister back into the office.
You know, Nick, the people making six figures.
It's just unbelievable. If it's 4 years later and you're afraid to come back into work, number one,
I know what mental illness looks like.
you're suffering from some sort of mental breakdown. And number two, bottom line is they're paying you. Go back to work. Get on the Schuylkill. Get angry.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Up and at 'em bright and early, I'm all business in my suit. Yeah, I'm dressed up for success, from my head down to my boots. I don't do it for the money, there's bills that I can't pay. I don't do it for the glory, I just do it anyway. Providing for our futures, my responsibility. Yeah, I'm real good under pressure, being all that I can be.
It's Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour, underway here on this Friday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Of course, you can get us, stay with us via the Odyssey app if you're heading down to the shore. You can also watch us live on YouTube. And you can jump in if you want, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT. So a couple of things we'll get to here in the final 55 minutes of today's festivities. We've got our morning mystery movie clip in just about 15 minutes. We'll get to another big three with Dawn in about 20, and then, of course, wrap it up with some more clips in Cut Sheet Part 2. But two stories that we do have updates on outside of the political world, more in the social and cultural spectrum. And it's just really remarkable that this is where we are. And let's call it what it is. This is racism, because if the roles were reversed, that's exactly what it would be. We have Caitlin Clark updates, and we also have Harrison Butker updates. I want to start with the Caitlin Clark update. As Charles Barkley, even though he had a terrible failed show on CNN with Gayle King, made some great comments on the show that he is very successful on, and that's Inside the NBA on TNT. And he has pretty much had it with the WNBA and the mainstream media trying to tear down Caitlin Clark. You have Jamel Hill from The Atlantic writing in part that Caitlin Clark is only as popular as she is because she's white, she's straight, and she's pretty. I mean, that's just such a racist statement. You want to talk about racism and homophobia, transphobia, everything the left loves to rail against and accuse the right of doing. They do it to a white person, and all of a sudden it's just the truth. Okay. So Charles Barkley says enough is enough, and women should stop being so petty over Caitlin Clark's phenom status in the WNBA and stop trying to tear down their budding star, which they absolutely should, at the very least from a business standpoint, because Caitlin Clark being great is only going to elevate the entire sport and every other player in that sport. So you have all of these comments, and then, of course, every time you bring up Caitlin Clark, somebody in the mainstream media has to say, a current player, a former player will say, well, don't forget about Angel Reese, and don't forget about this player as well. No, Caitlin Clark is the greatest of all time in college basketball. So to make a male sport comparison, it's like, oh my God, they keep talking about Michael Jordan. Well, don't forget about Scottie Pippen's not the greatest of all time. You can be good, you can be great like some of these other players are, but Caitlin Clark is the greatest of all time, and we'll see how she is in the WNBA. But the sheer, just spewing of hate, and maybe even, I do think it is hate, Sean, but maybe it's also just this sheer jealousy that they can't stand the fact that a straight white female is dominating a sport that typically is not dominated by somebody that checks off those boxes, and they're losing their minds over it.
It's so funny, and I think it is mostly hate, and then of course there is some jealousy, there is some envy there. But it's funny, what did you say the criteria were? That was straight, pretty, and white,
yes.
Right? Those were the criteria that Caitlin Clark meets, and that's why Jamel Hill and some of these other people are saying she's getting all this attention. Well, Brittany Griner is gay, black, and ugly, and she was also popular. So, and before the whole Russia thing. So, and possibly it's not true. It's simply not true, right? We've known about Brittany Griner and her Adam's apple since she played for Baylor. Okay. I mean, I've known all about I was like, something's a little strange here. I think something's a little off here. Whatever. She goes to Russia. She gets arrested because she decided she was going to bring marijuana into Russia, which is very illegal. And then obviously the Biden administration got worked to get her out, right? We gave up the merchant of death. This is the party of gun control, who then decided it was a good idea to give up a guy named the merchant of death, who wasn't just an arms dealer, but he dealt, in whole fleets and equipment and resources that could actually equip a military. Also the party of gun control. This goes way back to our first hour. They say this about Donald Trump, right? Nobody's above the law, especially gun laws, right, Nick? Because guns are bad. Mm-hmm. Except look who looks like they're above the law with the gun laws and gun crimes. Oh, that's right. It's Hunter Biden again, who's allowed to break the law, abuse crack cocaine, take pictures of it while he's abusing crack cocaine, driving a vehicle at over 90 miles an hour. Now he's using firearms while he's saying he's not addicted to drugs, but actually is addicted to drugs. He's above the law. But if somebody like this guy in New York is manufacturing weapons, he's going to prison. I mean, this is just some of the most ridiculous double standards. And here's the problem. The left doesn't care about standards. They care about power. So they don't care if we expose them as hypocrites, right? Mm-hmm. They just like, well, yeah, we're hypocrites. What are you going to do about it? We're in power. What we have to do is convince the third party that's watching, the independents, the folks that are being swayed by these pictures of support. I say, look, they're coming after this white basketball player. They're saying she's only getting attention because she's white, but it's not just because she's white. It's because she's good. Yeah. We are still supposed to be a merit-based society. Let's get back to that. Mm-hmm. Competition breeds so many good things, iron sharpens iron and the like. So we got to get back to that. And get away from this identity politics nonsense. It's so stupid.
It is. Dawn, you had such a great question to Trump 2 weeks ago when we interviewed him about Title IX, all the things that women have accomplished, the progress that women have made. Title IX gets abolished by Joe Biden. Men are allowed in women's locker rooms, can compete in women's sports. But I want to look at it at just more of the macro level of, I thought women were supposed to be united and unified. And here we have female media members working at ESPN or current females in the WNBA that have voiced, ridiculous opinions about one of their own female sisters. It's almost like women are shredding each other limb for limb over ridiculous things like, oh, she's straight, she's white, and supposedly she's pretty. I don't know. Caitlin Clark's not really hot in my opinion, but if you view her as pretty, that's great. I'm watching women just go after each other, and I'm like, you guys are going to undo a lot of the progress that women have fought for over 100 years, and you're certainly the most qualified to talk about this.
Yeah, I don't understand. I will tell you, in television, the men are the divas, the women stick together. There is this image that women working together are all catty. I think it just depends on the group of women, and it depends on, the workplace and the profession. In this one, I am saddened. I was saddened to hear that her teammates were jealous of her, I guess, because she's getting all this attention. And to have LeBron and Barkley, to their credit, to come out and say, what are you doing here? And she did so much. She brought so much to your team. Why would you do this? Now, maybe there's something we don't know. Is Caitlin Clark, because I always wonder, is she conservative or something? Is there something beyond this?
She could be. I mean, I don't know where she grew up, but she did play college basketball in Iowa, so that's a distinct possibility. It just seems to me like, this is why I always root for people in the same industry that I work for, because if you're good, it's only going to be better for me, right? This is why I root for other people on this station to have great shows, because it lifts everybody else up. Sean, you talk about it. Iron sharpens iron. They're like, if you want to hate against somebody in a different industry, that's fine. Knock yourself out. But you're only doing this, cutting off your nose to spite your face. I mean, what was one of the things I thought was great about the sport of golf was when Tiger Woods came along. He's part black, he's part Asian. Golf traditionally a white person's sport for a variety of reasons. And then all of a sudden, now all these guys on the PGA Tour that are mediocre players are making millions and millions of dollars. That's the Tiger Woods effect. You're not making that today without Tiger Woods elevating your sport. Right. Caitlin Clark, I mean, the WNBA has never turned a profit in 30 years. They're subsidized by the NBA. So, it's like a radio station that makes no money that exists because the other stations in their cluster make a bunch of money. Why would you root against them? You exist because they're great.
It's the NBA's social program. Yeah. That's all it is. Like, at the end of the day.
That's what it is.
And if women really want the equality with money in this, stop watching The Real Housewives, stop watching The Kardashians, and start going to your women's games and support the women's leagues. Like, it comes down to money.
Yep.
Woo! And
but
by the way,
can't support the women's leagues if their ideology. They can't support the women's league if the face of the women's league is a white woman. This all comes back to this. They want to call it reverse racism. It's just racism. All right. You just brought it up, Anthony. Right? That the whole gender wage gap and the women deserve to be paid more. Okay. Well, you have somebody who has now come into your league, who is bringing eyeballs. That's how your league makes money. Eyeballs. How does the NFL make money? It's not from jersey sales. It's not from ticket sales. Those are generators, but it's eyeballs. It's TV revenue, and there's revenue sharing, and it's very lucrative. It's a product that people want to watch. So now there is an elevated cost for advertisers to run ads on that product. It's very easy to understand this. She is bringing eyeballs to the league, and you are now telling people, don't watch her. She doesn't deserve it. You're only hurting yourself. You really are only hurting yourself. And the fact that they don't realize this, or maybe they do, and they're just doing it because this is an ideological crusade that they're on, to quote Obi-Wan Kenobi, right? This is some dang ideological crusade like your father or whatever. I think that wasn't Obi-Wan. That might have been, maybe it was. I don't know. It was from A New Hope, the great movie. It's better than Dune, but Dune is good too. But you watch this whole thing taking place, and it's just like, why would you not embrace this? It's just bringing so many new people to your league. It's like how Republicans didn't embrace Trump. He expanded your party, and you're still saying Orange Man bad. This is ridiculous.
It is. I have to thank, speaking of women sticking together, Susie Cool and Pete. Thank you so much from Florida, from Naples, Florida, sending me this.
Oh, you got it. I was told about. Oh, she's got it on.
I got it, baby.
Oh, that look right there, folks. That right there is the threat to democracy. That is a total threat. Dawn, are you feeling insurrectionist right now?
Yes, that's what it is.
The FBI is coming into the building
they
right
are.
now. Yeah.
That's it.
They may come to the building, but they're not going to take my hat.
They
Thank
just-
you,
they-
Susie and Pete.
Are they going to use? Are they going to authorize deadly force to come talk to Dawn like they did with Trump at Mar-a-Lago?
I'm her bodyguard. She'll be fine.
Dawn's minivan has already been impounded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, Susie.
That was a nice hat. Nice little touch. There you go. I'm the only guy without a hat on right now, by the way.
Aw.
Sean's got a hat on. Dawn's got a hat. Anthony's
That's
got
true.
a hat. Everybody's got a hat but me.
And you need one
And I
because you're
need
not
one.
wearing sunscreen.
That's right.
It's
Somebody had to say it.
Yes.
Somebody had to
It's
say it.
melanoma month.
Yes. All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll wrap up with this. I mentioned Harrison Butker. Here's an update on that story. Speaking of ridiculous hatred, because he's a straight, white, conservative Catholic kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs, who actually had the temerity and the gumption and the stones to say that, I think a lot of women in their lives would probably be very happy, and it'll be a great joy and pride to raise a family and have kids and a husband and, be a homemaker. And, of course, all the left-wing liberal single women that have been told that they don't need men, which, okay, maybe you don't. That's fine. They're all triggered by that. So we got an update to this story. As you know, the city of Kansas City, their official verified social media feed that doxed Harrison Butker and put out his personal information. We have an update as the individual who posted that on X from the city's official account has officially been fired, which is a great move in my opinion. This courtesy of the New York Post. City of Kansas City staffer fired over social media post that disowned Harrison Butker. The City of Kansas City social media employee who wrote a since-deleted post on X from the city's official account that took aim at Harrison Butker has been fired. Kansas City Mayor Quentin Lucas revealed on KCMO Talk Radio that the employee had been, quote, separated from his job, and a statement from a spokesperson reiterated that later in the day. Quote, the employee has been separated from the city workforce for violation of city policy by posting outside the scope of authorized city communications. The city will have no further comment on the post or the individual employees related to it, the statement said. The unnamed employee seemingly went rogue following the controversy surrounding Butker's recent commencement speech. So finally, maybe a closure to this story. We've been talking about a kicker for like over a week now. Kind of ridiculous, but at least there was some actions taken here for that individual who actually had the absurd idea to share anything personal about Harrison Butker on a government-authorized Twitter feed. I'm glad that this guy got fired, Sean, and now Harrison Butker can get back to maybe splitting the uprights between Stacey Abrams' goalpost teeth.
Yeah, well, as a non-binary pixie of several colors, I'm offended that this employee was fired. I really just don't think this was the right. Of course, this is the right move. This whole doxing thing is it's so dangerous,
Mhm.
and it's happened to me on several occasions. And you
Really?
see these left-wing protests. Oh yeah, when I was on Long Island and I went to school board meetings, that's where the terrorists used to hang out.
Yeah.
I was doxxed by people who hated me out there. There was someone literally got up at the school board meeting and said, Sean Farish lives at da 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 in the. And when I screamed at her, the school board told me to sit down. And I said, you just let this. They said, we're handling it. I said, you didn't handle it. You just let her scream my address out in the public record. It's on the Zoom call. Now everybody knows where I'm living.
Mhm.
It's crazy. So it's happened to me before. Antifa did it a few times. They wrote some messages online. Nobody ever did anything because a lot of these people are all bark and no bite, but you really never know because they show up outside a Supreme Court justice's house,
Mhm.
right? So, this is dangerous. You see these left-wing protesters, right? They're always wearing a mask. It's not because of COVID. It's because they don't want to be doxxed, but they will go out there and dox anybody that they can. They have whole campaigns, sedition hunters and all that. They're going to find out where you live. They're going to tell everybody. So this is one of those, and this a government employee, government channel. Imagine just you're Harrison Butker, you're a kicker for the Kansas City Chiefs. You've won 3 Super Bowls. Your jersey sales are now through the roof because you spoke common sense, and now you're getting doxxed for it.
Mm-hmm.
You have the NFL distancing themselves from his comments. Meanwhile, they were all about Kaepernick and Trumaine Johnson and hands up, don't shoot, and all this other stuff. But they have to distance themselves from Harrison Butker's comments, who made his comments, by the way, on his own time,
Yep.
his own platform, out of uniform, off the field. Kaepernick and all these other clowns decided to do that stuff on the field, not during the game, but on the field in uniform. If my Walmart cashier started preaching politics to me while ringing up my stuff, it would probably be a violation of their conduct policy. You're not supposed to do that when you're in uniform on the clock. You're Kaepernick, you're Johnson, you're one of these guys. You're on the clock. You're not supposed to be using that for political messaging. Do it on your own time like Butker. And now Butker does it, and he's getting flack for it. So all the luck in the world to Harrison Butker. Kick that field goal through Stacey Abrams' teeth. Make us all proud.
Yes. Just stop beating the Eagles in the Super Bowl. I can't live with it anymore. Andy, you have enough. We need a second
Well,
one.
the Eagles are better than the Eagles. We know that.
Yes.
So that's good.
Yeah, and as
You're
John Fetterman once said,
The Eagles.
The Eagles. Damn right. All right, 9 o'clock hours brought to you by Piazza Auto Group. You can get 0% financing for 60 months or a $2,000 customer bonus on the new 2024 Volkswagen Tiguan. Only during the 75th anniversary sales event. Visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne or piazzavw.com today. It's 9:21. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You think when your marriage is over that you're going to find somebody that just caters to you no matter what, that you're not going to have to work at it? It's going to be like psyched to go to Applebee's with you every Friday night and hear the same football stories about how you rocked in high school? I did rock in high school football. You want to check tape? But whoever that person is, you have to listen to their stories too, or they're not going to go to Applebee's with you. You're not going to have someone to go to Applebee's with. You'll be sitting by yourself eventually at Applebee's all alone. And who wants to go to Applebee's by themselves? You know what? If anyone should be mad here, guys, it should be me. I am having a real fight with my wife, okay? And it's not a fun feeling. Look, I'm talking in circles. I'm on an island. I'm getting island fever now. I'm starting to lose my mind. This is an early sign of things to come. What we need to do now is get focused and stop pointing fingers. You're a problem. You're a real problem.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, one final pair of tickets for James Taylor at the Man coming up on August 30th. If you can identify that movie clip right now, caller 12, 855-839-1210. James Taylor tickets August 30th at the Man in Philadelphia. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll get to our winner. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three, and then more of the cut sheet as we have a rally recap as we'll continue from Donald Trump's big night in the Bronx. Back after this, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000. I tried to make payments.
The IRS wasn't satisfied with Eric's efforts, so they came after him full force.
They're coming to put a lien and a hold on all my income, my home, my car. I was just overwhelmed at what to do.
Then Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like, 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, and their team of expert tax professionals took care of Eric's problem.
I owe $15,000, and now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Take Eric's advice.
If you have a tax problem, you need to call Optima Tax now.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Splash into savings this Memorial Day with Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Soak in the relaxation and save big on new hot spring and Caldera hot tubs and save up to $4,000. Plus, when you buy a new endless pool swim spa, receive a free aqua bike and exercise kit, a $2,000 value. Looking to upgrade? Your hot tub could be worth up to $4,000. Hurry into Spring Dance Hot Tubs in Jameson, Exton, or in Plymouth Meeting in PA or in Marlton, New Jersey, and upgrade your backyard this summer. Visit us online at springdancehot.tubs.com for more details. Don't miss out on these incredible savings.
For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then, NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to NJDiet.com. Get slimmer before the summer with NJDiet.com.
The
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Let me count the ways. Your case will be handled by your lawyer, a paralegal, and a case manager who's always in the office for you when your lawyer's in court. There's also a 24-hour hotline if you ever have a question or a problem. We've collected over $20 billion and won a lot. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you tired of dealing with those old, inefficient windows in your house? Well, maybe it's time to go Guida. How about that drafty, beat-up-looking entry door you've painted over more times than you can count? Well, go Guida. Need added protection from the elements with a new storm door? Go Guida. And what about that sliding patio door or garage door you've been meaning to replace? Go Guida. Whatever your home improvement needs are, I suggest you go Guida with the great people at Guida Door and Window. To help you get your project started, Guida is offering 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project with no money down and up to 3 full years to pay it off interest-free. That's right. Receive 20% instant savings with the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. Restrictions apply, offers for a limited time, so what are you waiting for? It's time you finally go Guida. Call today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, Guida.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Kayal and Company, 9:28 as we continue. Dawn Show coming up in just over a half hour. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three coming up just in just a moment. We got our morning mystery movie clip winner to get to as well. And don't forget, today you can join the Dom Show and producer Dan from noon to 3 with free tolls coming up from 4 to 5 p.m. What is that about? Well, Chickies and Pete's Free Toll Friday. How about this?
Yeah.
A joint broadcast as Chickies and Pete's will pay your Easy Pass and cash tolls eastbound at the Egg Harbor Toll Plaza on the Atlantic City Expressway Friday, which is today, from 4 to 5 p.m. You can join us at the Farley S. Service Plaza for free crab fries, 1210 WPHT and 94 WIP live broadcasts, giveaways, free swag, a petting zoo, vintage cars, and more. That's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and Sports Radio 94 WIP from 10 to 3 p.m. today.
Nice. Thank you, Pete Cherokee and our friends from Chickies and Pete's.
Yeah.
Dom does this every year. It's a lot of fun.
Oh, God. You know what?
That's free food now? Is that what I'm hearing? That's free food?
You know
because,
what? Yeah.
Crab fries.
Yeah.
Rosie O'Donnell and Chris Christie are on their way. That's what I heard. They're just going. They're already there. They're in the car.
Save some for us.
He's closing down bridges to get there. He's closing down bridges to get there.
Sloppy Chris Christie.
Exactly.
Sloppy Chris.
There you go.
And somebody called him a fat pig. He never should have said that. I would never call him a fat pig, but he's sloppy. Definitely sloppy.
Anthony, do we have the winner? Because I don't see him on my line here. Anthony's listening?
He's on the phone.
Oh, he's probably screening.
Busy working.
He's still screening the call. All right. So here's what we'll do. We'll get the winner after this. Let's get to Dawn Stensland. Anthony probably can't even hear to play the sounder here for see if we can wave him down.
That's all right. It's the Big Three.
Yes.
Sponsored by United Tire.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal Company.
There it is. Better late than ever.
Did you feel it move?
I did.
Overnight?
Was it good for you?
Another earthquake recorded in New Jersey early this morning, not far from the location where the U.S. Geological Survey reported 2 other quakes in recent weeks, and that rare magnitude 4.8 quake. Remember that one in early April? This time it was a 2.9 magnitude one, recorded about 4 miles west-southwest of Gladstone in Somerset County, just shy 50 miles from New York City. No reports of injuries or damage. What's going on?
I know exactly what caused this. Trump goes to the Bronx and then there's an earthquake.
See, my theory on this, and it's just a little theory, but look at the map and then look at where they're pounding all of those offshore for the wind turbines. You want to pound it, you can.
Oh, boy.
And then do like a dry rub. So just look at the wind turbine map on land, but then on the sea. And even though in some of the maps they say that they're still pounding, these huge areas where they have to build this. But those humongous poles for the turbines, they have to pound way down into the ground, obviously, in the ocean.
Might be time to get your gal back on from the shore that
Cindy.
talks about. Cindy.
So Cindy Ziff. That's just my theory, but it is weird that this is going on.
Indeed.
Number 1. Number 2, Travis Kelce finally breaking his silence over his KC teammate, Harrison Butker. You were talking about the Harrison Butker, the kicker, the controversy, his recent speech where he said women like his wife, he wanted to honor them Mother's Day weekend, honoring his wife as a homemaker and mommy, and man, it was explosive. So now he's breaking his silence, and he says, I cherish him as a teammate. I think Pat Mahomes, their quarterback, said it best when he's every bit of a great person and a great teammate. He's treated like family, and a family that I've introduced to him with nothing but respect and kindness. So he loves this guy. It's his teammate.
So Taylor Swift gave him permission to speak about it and, not vilify him.
Which is nice.
Sounds like. It sounds like. Yeah, because the Swifties were probably triggered by what Harrison Butker had to say. How dare you say and demand that I be in the kitchen?
He quoted Taylor Swift at one point, too.
Yeah.
So I didn't think that was really going to happen from Travis, but that's good.
Yep.
Does Tay-Tay maybe, she's, 34, 35. It's that time. Is she thinking about having a baby?
Oh, no. Are you? First of all, you called her Tay-Tay. Like, I don't know. A little Tay-Tay. But I don't know. Maybe the Eras Tour winds down and Taylor Swift says, you know what? I've got enough money for the next 450 years.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just, become a mom.
That would be the coolest thing because we've watched them dating and the little bracelet and the whole story.
I'm getting ready to puke.
What happened? No, seriously, though. What happens when he proposes and they get married and she talks about having a baby? Then she starts singing about being a mom and what it means to her. I think that
be a divorce song because she breaks up with everybody she's with, right? It's going to be terrible.
The breakup song is going to be epic.
I cannot wait for the Travis Kelce breakup song.
I might make that the new theme song of the Kayal Company intro at 6:00.
What if they don't?
Dropping a pass or fumbling or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Wasn't one of the guys, I forget, that broke her heart and it turns out he's gay? What if she's met Mr. Right? What if she gets married and takes some time off and sings about having her baby, celebrates being a mommy? And the progressives will lose their minds.
I got to tell you, if I was somebody making Taylor Swift money, male or female, I'm not getting married. Nobody's, and if I do, I'm going to have the greatest prenuptial agreement of all time.
That's true.
Nobody's getting 50% of my net wealth.
So that's fine. She can do that. But imagine what it would be great, I think, if she did that. Because think if she's happy and now she's singing about her baby and being tired and whatever, but she's, you talked about, what did you say, the Jones effect earlier this morning?
Yeah.
Right, Sean? What if she just says, wow, this is an amazing, I've been She set records. She is one of the most famous people in the world. And all of a sudden, she gives everybody permission to be a mommy, have your baby, get married.
Oh,
what a message!
She's wildly
her
successful.
blessing.
You're right. You are right, and she's wildly successful. She's inspirational in that aspect, where you could start small and turn into a sensation. But she is. She's made strange bedfellows with some pretty bad people, and I don't even know if her brand would allow her to sing about those wholesome things anymore, because she's not a country artist. She does this pop music and witchcraft stuff on the stage. I mean, she's kind of dark now. It's kind of getting like weird.
She's the opposite.
So,
she's like Dark Brandon. This is like Dark Brandon.
She's Dark Taylor.
She's Dark.
So there's there's Sweet Taylor is Tay Tay, and then there's like Dark Taylor, right? And that's what we're dealing with the red eyes, right?
With the right. I'll be lighting candles that for the you talk about Star Wars a lot, that she won't be dragged over to the dark side. You know what I mean? Maybe the Kelsey family, maybe Kylie. Right, we'll bring her back over to the good side.
Maybe she'll marry Travis. She'll announce she's pregnant. She'll say she's retiring from music, and then she will make that announcement on TikTok with a pink MAGA hat and break the internet. It would be the greatest.
Zero chance.
It would be the greatest. It would be the greatest heel turn since when Hulk Hogan joined the NWO and became a bad guy, and I would revel in it.
Hey, life happens. You never know. I'm being positive energy, so that's what I'll picture here.
All right.
Atlantic City, the AC Expressway, as Nick Kayal said, that was number 3 in the big 3, talking about Chickies and Pete's Free Toll Friday with our own Dom Giordano and Big Dan, set to run from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. for that hour, rolling through the eastbound Egg Harbor Toll Plaza of the AC Expressway. You don't have to pay, and that toll starts at $4.70 in cash. Unless you have Easy Pass. I don't know what it is with Easy Pass, but that's your big 3. United Tire, if you drive a car, you want it to last and not cost you a ton in the long run, get your car to United Tire and Service. Visit one of their 10 locations across the Delaware Valley. Just visit UnitedTire.com. UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Big 3.
All right. Thank you very much, Tay-Tay. 855-839-1210. Jillian is our morning mystery movie clip winner. Jillian, good morning. What movie clip did we play for you about 15 minutes ago?
Good morning. Couples Retreat?
Yeah, Couples Retreat. Congratulations, Jillian. You got it.
Thank you.
Got the James Taylor tickets coming up at the Man on August 30th. So congratulations and enjoy. Have a great weekend, okay?
Thank you. You too. So excited.
All right. Me too. Thank you very much, Jillian. And now let's get to, we're going to take a quick break, right? Yeah, we'll take a quick break. Come back. We got a couple of clips to play for you for the final edition of the Cut Sheet here on a Friday. You will hear from Brandon Johnson from Chicago. Wait till you hear this ridiculous idea that has come to an end in Chicago. Also, Judge Joe Brown torching the fake news and the propaganda that Trump is a racist. That's up next. Kayal and Company. Stay right there.
My kitchen is, I've called it the heart of my home. If you're tired of that old kitchen or bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions, beautiful solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and tub shower conversions, you're going to love that new bathroom. Plus, Kitchen Magic offers industry-leading warranties. They are a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces, and right now they're offering 40% off. 40% off installation of your remodel, and this goes until May 31st. This is why you've got to get this on the calendar. You got to call now. Get your free in-home consultation. Do this today. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief. America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When meeting with Wall Street behind closed doors, it's impossible to know whether you're receiving objective advice or a deceptive sales pitch. Crash Proof Retirement records all financial meetings, providing a legally binding guarantee that your best interests come first.
Andy Donaldson. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2014. Wall Street definitely lacks any fiduciary responsibility. Stockbrokers don't record their meetings because they don't want to commit to exactly what they say. Behind closed doors, do they really have my best interests at heart? It's quite a nice feeling to know that by recording their meetings, Crash Proof Retirement guarantees a full fiduciary responsibility, which means that you come out on top, and I'm not worried about them trying to nickel and dime me.
Learn why recording financial meetings guarantees peace of mind. Schedule an appointment or register for the next Crash Proof Retirement educational event at the William Penn Inn on Tuesday, June 11th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours. At any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started Wesley Financial Group to do one thing, help people get out of their timeshare nightmare. When you buy a timeshare, the timeshare company can raise your annual maintenance fees at will. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Want out of your timeshare? Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. Call 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Nine 44, it's Kayal and Company, winding things down here on a Friday morning. The Dog
We're not
Show.
winding down.
We're not? Are we just revving up?
Revving up, baby.
Well, that's a good point. I never slow down, do we? We don't really take our foot off the gas on this show, do we?
No, sir.
It's good stuff. By the way, how's that pink MAGA hat? Is it still in there? Can you wear it for the rest of the show, or you got the hair all done? I don't want to disrupt the hair. Look at that. Look at that hat. That's beautiful. That's a good look for you.
That's the one that Tay-Tay is going to make her announcement in. That same hat.
And you got multiple shades of pink going as well,
See,
right?
I know,
You got the
right?
jacket and the
Thank you,
hat.
Susie and Pete.
There you go.
Sent it to you.
My sister and brother-in-law grabbed me a red 47 hat when they were up at the Shanksville rally in PA about a month and a half ago. Of course, I get it. I finally got it on Mother's Day 2 weekends ago, and I tried to put it on, and it's one of the adjustable hats in the back, not with the little buttons where the little plastic snaps,
the worst.
but like the Velcro one.
Yes.
And like my head's so fat that like I could barely get the Velcro to snap together, so I look like a total schifozo when I put it on. It doesn't even fit.
What was that word?
What is this? Schifozo. It's Italian for I don't know, Zioli or Dom will crush me for it. Stooge, an idiot, something like that.
Never.
Lorenzo, you're Italian. What's schifozo mean?
I don't know. That's out of my. Do I have to look that up in the Sopranos dictionary?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, you might have to. All right, let's get to two last clips here of the day. Well, you know what? Let's stay with Trump here. Let's go to clip 9, boys. I thought this was Joe Brown. The description here says John Brown. But either way, it's either Judge Joe Brown or Judge John Brown torching the fake news in an interview last night with the ridiculous propaganda of Donald Trump being a racist. Take a listen and watch clip number 9.
I don't think so. I've talked to a number of black entrepreneurs who back in the late 80s and 90s, early 90s, were trying to get financing. They couldn't. Somebody told them to go check with Donald Trump. So they come back and tell me they got a loan from Donald Trump. He gave them a term loan. Show up with the interest and the principal, one check. But they had to go see him personally. They independently relate this tale that when they saw him, he said, "This is what you're supposed to pay me? This our agreement?" I said, "Yeah." And then tore the check up, shook their hands, and congratulations. Now run your business.
And this was when?
This was back in the 90s. See, most people don't even know this. He had a sister. He was, every time you saw him back in the 90s, fine paper bag, brown, beautiful black model. He likes fine women. He didn't have any problem with dating a black woman, walking her down red carpets. So, I mean, she says he's not a racist. He just doesn't like many people, black or white. And he appreciates people who do stuff within their lane. Well, not stay in their lane, but where they choose to be, if they do it well, he admires them. Black, white, brown, red, yellow. Most people don't know this. He was the finance man behind Jesse Jackson's 2 runs for president.
Wow.
Such a racist. You know, Sean, it's amazing. You know, when he was a mainstream media darling and he was on The Apprentice and hosting Saturday Night Live and appearing in Home Alone 2, he was beloved. But all of a sudden you put that R in front of his name and now all of a sudden he's a racist.
That's right. He even said that at the Al Smith dinner in 2016, one of his best moments, that 2016 campaign, said they loved me when I was a Democrat, but now that I'm a Republican, I'm a dirty, rotten, no good scoundrel. Those are his words. And it's so funny because that's exactly how this works. You know, the left will always rally behind anybody who will parrot their phrases, their talking points, and then do the heavy lifting. But the minute that person maybe starts to take a step, you know, towards Republicans, then the daggers, they just come right out. What do you mean? This is terrible. How could you say that, Uncle Tom? It's terrible. You know, you see Donald Trump with record low minority unemployment, record low black unemployment. And it's like he's probably the worst racist ever because minorities did very well under Donald Trump. So the whole Trump is racist thing, and this is my biggest problem with that insult, is that there is racism in this country, not systemic racism, but there are people who are racist in this country. They could be on the right, on the left, up, down, wherever they are. this is turning into the boy who cried wolf, right? You hear about, racism and you're like, oh, well, maybe it's another one of those Jussie Smollett situations or another one of those Bubba Wallace situations, these race baiting hoaxes. Nicholas Sandmann down in at the March for Life, right down in DC with the Native American guy who's banging a drum in his face. You hear about all these acts of racism, and then they're not actually acts of racism. And so, you're going to start taking all descriptions of racist acts and say, well, how do I know this is legit? So it actually hurts. It's like the Me Too movement. Everything was about, this one looked at me funny, and that one said, there are actual Harvey Weinsteins out there that are going to wind up getting away with it now because you've taken the term and you've just weaponized it to smear people you don't like instead of treating it with the seriousness that it deserves.
Yep.
Anti-Semitism, same thing. You see the Trump supporters are Nazis, and then you see like this, what's happening on college campuses. You're like, oh, no, those people look like Nazis, but now it doesn't mean anything because they've watered it down. They've desensitized to what it actually is. It's really sad.
Yep, it really is. Also very sad what has happened to Chicago because you thought you moved on from left wing with Lori Lightfoot and you went even further left with the new mayor, Brandon Johnson. Let's wrap it up here with clip 6. This is Mayor Brandon Johnson, who just ended Chicago's contract with ShotSpotter after activists complained. Listen and watch this.
What was voted on today, it just doesn't make any sense, quite frankly.
So of the 34 yes votes, I understand some of them would have always voted in support of ShotSpotter, but some of them were also alders who have been allied with your agenda in the past. Where do you think your administration fell short on persuading them to vote with you?
So first of all, my administration is not coming up short. We're not. I canceled ShotSpotter. It's canceled. Jake, would you like to ask a question?
Yeah.
Well, he was really in his feelings over that one. It's so astounding. And I should be used to it. Dawn, you should be used to it. Sean, you should be used to it. It's amazing how many of these policies fail, and then these big blue cities keep electing progressives. We got Sherelle Parker here in Philadelphia. I mean, she looks like a conservative compared to Brandon Johnson, which is just astounding.
Yeah, you look at Johnson. It's so funny the way he beat Lori Lightfoot. And we've heard that, again, this goes back to the left. Diversity is our strength. All right, let's take a look at the boxes that Lori Lightfoot checked. She was short, she was gay, she was ugly, and she was black. Almost like Brittany Griner, but short, right? This is somebody who should have been the best mayor ever in the history of Chicago. And she wound up being historically the worst mayor in the history of Chicago, but she checked all the boxes. We were told DEI. That's how you find the talent. That's how we progress. And now you've gotten to this guy who just lost, by the way, a major battle to implement a migrant tax in Chicago.
Yep.
The people said, no, we don't want to increase our taxes to give it to people who don't belong in our city. So they voted it down, even though they voted for him and his socialist Marxist agenda. They voted down one of those Marxist policies. So people are starting to wake up. Maybe not bad enough yet in Chicago, but we'll get there. I think maybe over the course of the next 5, 10, maybe 15 years, you might see the shift complete itself.
All right. Well, our shift is about completed, and this is about the time of the day where we find out what Dawn has lined up 7 minutes out for the Dawn Show at 10 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, so obviously we're covering everything developing as we always do throughout the day. We're live and local 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Coming up right at 10:05 after I've done my little update, Phil Kerpen joins us. Biden's illegal attack on gas-powered cars must be stopped. Phil Kerpen is fantastic. We'll get into that. We'll also get into the fact that is the so-called mainstream media, are they not really covering what could have been a dry run for some terrorists, some illegals from the Middle East here illegally, trying to get into Quantico. We'll get into that as well. Coming up at 11, Christine Flowers will join me, and we'll talk about all things Philadelphia as well, update you on everything. Maybe a call from my better half, Larry Menti. I don't know, but we'll see. But there's a lot going on.
All right, looking forward to that.
If Hunter's in court, too, Nick, I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Oh, that's true. Yes, he is. Very interesting. I think you mentioned this earlier in the show this morning, that it's the Friday of Memorial Day weekend with his court date. That's how they can only fit it on the docket today, I'm imagining.
A little coincidence.
Yeah, a little coincidence. All right, 9:54. Let's get to Phil Almquist and Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal Company.
Today, Friday, May 24th. We celebrate the birthdays of Rich Robinson from the Black Crowes, Albert Bouchard from Blue Oyster Cult, and Bob Dylan. By the way, he's going to be here July 4th. We also lost Tina Turner a year ago, and Paul Gray, the bassist for Slipknot, in 2010. Albums on this day include Diamond Dogs by Bowie and Bad Company's debut, both from 1974. Also in 1969, the Guess Who made their U.S. TV debut, and on the same day, Get Back by the Beatles hit #1. In 99, Freddie Mercury was honored with a new set of stamps. In 2003, Paul McCartney performed in Russia for the first time. And in 1980, Genesis fans looking to buy tickets for an upcoming show in L.A. found the band members Phil, Tony, and Mike all being the ones selling the tickets. But lastly, I'll end with this. Since I saw the Stones last night, oh my God, so good, in New Jersey, my gift to you on this Friday, the 24th, is the first 90 seconds of the show.
There you go. Nice work out of Philip as he was in his home away from home, the New York Jets Stadium. What is that, MetLife, Sean?
Oh, the worst stadium in the NFL.
Ooh.
It's not the worst.
Yeah, have you ever been in that parking lot? You can't get out. I waited 2 hours and 30 minutes to get out of there after the Eagles. Oh, my God.
Jets. I loved it. You can get out of the parking lot. You can't get back across the freaking Hudson River.
Oh, my God. It's
That's the
terrible.
problem.
It's terrible.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
All right, Anthony Dorenzo, who won social media or Twitter today?
Who won?
Social media. Who on social media? Robert Schwartz winning on YouTube today.
Woo!
Watching
Robert.
the WNBA is like listening to 990 radio. It's great if you need a good nap. So, Nick, maybe listen to that today because I know you need a nap.
I
so.
do need a nap, but we'll do that a little bit later today. All right, that's it for us. Dawn, you have a great Memorial Day weekend.
too,
I
my
will see you
friend.
Tuesday morning.
Yes,
And
you too.
thank you very much. Sean Farish, great job as always, brother. Enjoy Nashville for Memorial Day, and we'll talk again next week.
Thank you so much. It was great being here again.
Absolutely.
You're the best.
Great job, Anthony. Great job, Phil. Great job, Stalker, sitting at home doing a bunch of nothing. And we will see all of you on Tuesday morning, as our favorite senator would say.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12 months, same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid.